Alrighty, hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Roll with Advantage. Very excited to dive into today's session. As is tradition, it is not I that does the summary; it is Ryan. So, Ryan, whenever you're ready, take it away.
All right, Act 2, Chapter 4, Delirium. The heirs quickly speak to Captain Moreau, eventually convincing her that they were indeed the heirs and the king's hand sent to Soleil in order to aid her and her fellow soldiers. After lowering Xanthi, Moreau gets the heirs caught up on several matters, such as how her forces were wiped out in Chateau Beauregard and the current state of Zevros, the dragonborn who should be able to help Via with her book. Zevros' tower was under attack from cultists a few weeks ago, and she is uncertain as to his condition now. However, Moreau does know a secret entrance in which the heirs could enter into the back of the tower, hopefully avoiding any cultist activity. The group then takes the evening to rest before discussing their options the next day. While many options are considered, they eventually decide to make their way to the Gilded Chrysalis to see the Silk Spider, hoping to learn what information she has on the cult, and also to obtain the piece of the phylactery that's rumored to be held there. Edwin, Xanthi, and Via head to the nearby tavern in order to try and gather information. There, they are introduced to a former knight of Adaria by the name of Torwin Astrolor. While once known for his knightly behavior and his performances in various knight tournaments, it seems things have changed as he now seems to be wallowing in alcohol in Soleil. Despite some concerns, the three decide to employ the man, hoping that he could keep an eye on Colleen while they are gone in case of any occult activity. While not buying their cover story, Torwin does agree to help. After placing a rush order for various fancy garbs, the group takes a carriage to the Gilded Chrysalis. On the way, though, they find another carriage being assaulted by manticores. While the group initially intervenes against the creatures, the manticores soon reveal themselves to be pets of the Silk Spider, trying to get back items that were stolen by this group. The heirs return the stolen information and make their way after the manticores, nearly arriving at their destination.
Heck yeah. So, that is right where we are going to pick up. So, the five of you continue moving in your cart, headed towards the Gilded Chrysalis. The snow is coming down nonstop. The wind batters against the carriage, and you find yourself sort of holding on to the various furs and blankets within the cart to stay warm. Merrick and Edwin being the two, one mounted on a horse and Merrick steering the cart, you especially find it difficult to stay warm. However, shortly after the fighting, maybe a couple hours or so, as night begins to fall, the sunset begins to crest over the horizon, you approach what looks to be a small rest stop, covered in, beautiful gilded gold, or gilded walls, these marble buildings, and these fire pits that currently burn in front of a collection of 5 or 6 buildings. And you can see there are several people that sort of are pulling up with carriages to different stops. They enter these rooms, and then they exit, and they begin to head up the road to the Gilded Chrysalis. But you can see as they exit, they are dressed in full finery, as is expected of them to be. So as all of you approach, you are greeted by an individual. As you sort of pull the cart forward, getting closer to the fire, even those of you inside of it, you can feel the warmth bleed through the wood. And this half-elf woman, she is dressed in silks of these deep, purplish reds, trimmed with gold. And you can see that she approaches and she greets all of you near the fire and says, "Hello, welcome to the Gilded Chrysalis. All of you are here for the soiree, yes?"
That is correct, yes.
Wonderful. And may I ask your purpose as to your being here?
Well, we have a few reasons. Mostly because we want to have an audience with the Silk Spider. The details of that she'll know with our audience in particular. But otherwise, we also we're new to the area and we would like to connect with like-minded people as well.
Very good. Well, I will send word to Madame Roulet, and if she has time to meet with all of you tonight, I'm sure she will try her best. In the meantime, please pull off to the side here. There is a cabin there where you can change, freshen up, and then it is only 30 minutes up the hill to the Gilded Chrysalis. Enjoy yourselves this evening.
Did you seem annoyed with me?
Make an insight check.
Okay, because I don't know why. Maybe you're annoyed with me. I don't know, but...
I am.
A cute little, I think 12 flat. Yep.
12. No, it just seems well rehearsed. Like she's had this conversation many times. As even though your circumstances are a little different, there are many people who come here for an audience with the Silk Spider.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
He just works here.
Yeah.
Got it.
So Joe is annoyed with me. Gotcha.
God. Okay. Are you done? Okay. Cool. So,
Yes.
so we'll move on. Unless Felicity has anything else she needs to do. Okay. So with that, all of you get off of the carriage. You disembark and you head into this this cabin. And I mean, just moving into it, it is so incredibly ostentatious. I mean, it really is overwhelming to the eyes and to your nose as well, as there are so many incense that are burned in the various fires and hanging from incense holders within the room itself. It is a room that is so incredibly warm and comfortable, and it is just covered floor to ceiling in lounging any piece of furniture you could imagine in any shape or size that you could comfortably relax on as you prepare yourself for the events within the Gilded Chrysalis just up the road. But all of you take the time to change and to prepare yourselves for the event. So with your finery, rush made but beautifully crafted, all of you change. And I'm assuming there's nothing else that you wish to do here. You'll just head back into the cart and head up the road.
Yeah, I'm good if everyone else is.
I feel like there was something I was going to say, but I don't remember. I guess it wasn't important.
Okay.
Anyway.
Sounds good. So, with that, you travel 30 minutes more. But the further you head up the hill, the more the snow begins to die down. The more the winds begin to fade. Perhaps the weather's finally breaking. Or perhaps the Silk Spider has more than just influence at her disposal in the area she claims to be her domain.
I remember what I was going to say. Can I cast Mage Armor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mage Armor.
You know, Merrick's gonna throw Longstrider on himself as well. Just in case. Why not?
What do we think's gonna happen in here, guys? This is a brothel after all.
I don't know.
It's not a brothel!
Just kidding.
See, now if it's a brothel, I'm really glad I put on Mage Armor. You never know.
All right. So, you all rise up the hill and you see the Gilded Chrysalis. You see the exterior specifically. It rises from a grove at the top of this hill, like a jewelry box, opening to reveal various treasures. You can see these rose-tinted windows glow with this warm amber light, and there are these silk banners and sunset hues that drift from these marble balconies. There's a scent of exotic flowers and spiced wine that carries on the evening air. It's mingled with the sound of string instruments and laughter. You can see there's golden filigree all along every trace of architectural edge, and the entrance is flanked by fountains depicting these intertwined serpents and roses. The water, as it's bubbling out of these fountains, there's also a fair amount of steam and mist that emerges from them. The water is heated and continues to bubble and pour out of these fountains regardless of the temperature outside. And you can see that sitting on either side of the doorway as all of you exit your caravan and approach, you can see two manticores standing still like statues on the edges, watching the guests as they enter. However, as all of you disembark from your caravan, you can see a familiar face. Celeste, again, approaches the five of you as you disembark and says, very good. You made it up the hill. Did you find everything to your liking within the accommodations down below?
It was excellent, thank you.
Wonderful. I do regret to inform you of one small complication. There was an overabundance of guests on this evening. So while we would love to permit each and every one of you, in order to keep the guest list more balanced, if one of you would be willing to stay behind to perhaps mind the cart, that would please the Silk Spider a great deal.
I'll take care of it, gang.
Thank you very much. Your name, monsieur?
Ace Calder.
Yes. Well, as they depart, I will direct you where you can park your cart, and there is a small quarters near the stables where you will be able to find some food and comfort in the time being.
Thank you much.
Of course. Well, then the four of you, if you would please follow the stairs up, and please enjoy your evening. When Madame Ruel is ready for you, she will find you and have you called to her private study.
Wonderful. Thank you again.
Of course. And with that, the four of you head up and head in to that central ballroom. Merrick leaving you behind, you and Celeste. As she says, well, please, if you would just follow me this way.
Of course, be right behind you.
Very good.
They'll guide the carriage as needed.
Yep. Maybe 15 minutes away from the sort of main thoroughfare where people are sort of pulling up and unloading. Taken off to the side behind a collection of what looks to be maybe the west wing of this manor. There is a very large stable where you can pull the cart in, you can pull the horses off, you can get them something to eat, and then Celeste will pull you to a servant's quarters, which, servant's quarters is still a pretty reductive thing to call it, because it is still nicer than most taverns and inns in Adaria. This is something where the most high-class individuals would be okay with staying in Crown's Rest. There's food, there is drink, there are individuals, other mercenaries, and other servants here that are currently drinking and laughing and taking in the sights. And we'll come back to you in a second, Merrick, with whatever adventures you may have on your lonesome today with Thorn. But for the rest of you, you move in to the gilded chrysalis interior. You can hear the sounds, the music emanating from the interior before you see anything else. These this orchestra playing this very refined, soft music that is just loud enough to be enjoyed, but just quiet enough to not overstep its welcome. And as all of you enter, this main hall opens like a cathedral of indulgence. There are crystal chandeliers that cast these prismatic lights across marble floors inlaid with gold. You can see guests in elaborate finery, silks dyed in precise colors denoting their station and their origin within Soleil. You can see there are many people that drift between conversation clusters and this sort of centralized dance floor. At the heart of the room, though, elevated on a rotating pedestal, there is this large, probably wingspan-sized, human wingspan-sized marble sphere. Veins of silver white light pulse within it, and the air around it seems to shimmer with heat. Those of you with higher passive perception can read the plaque from where you enter that says it is a Tercurian stellar orb, Circe Second Age, on loan from the private collection of Madame Ruel. So as you see that, let me go ahead and Gilded Chrysalis interior. So,
Oh my gosh.
This is giving heist.
good luck stealing that thing.
No.
If that's saying one of the phylactery parts, we have a problem.
I know.
It
I
is.
imagine.
I will say, in case it becomes relevant, it is more narrow than the doorway you walked in on.
I don't like that.
If it becomes...
Oh, no.
Okay. So you can see that there are several activities that are happening as the four of you enter. There are flighting competitions, friendly, between various masked guests, commenting on each other's outfits and styles and the way that they are presenting themselves in this vocal competition. That seems to be a way for you to prove your mettle, should you wish to try and make a splash here. There also are these extreme cuisine challenge, very small bits and pieces of exotic foods from various far off cultures that have been prepared for Soleilan nobility to try to see if other cultures have something that is better than what is offered in Soleil. You can see that there are also these strange clusters, these cliques that are forming all across the floor, where you can see groupings of white and gold and green of the highlands. You can see the yellows and golds and browns of the steppes. You can see the blacks and reds and charcoals of the Ember Valley, and you can see the golds and purples and silvers of the desert lands. You can see each one of those separate cultures within Soleil are separate, but on the dance floor or maybe off to the sides, you can see small clusters intermingling. It seems as though most people have like a home base where they stick with the people that they know and then sort of split off and venture to try and do some manner of politicking. So, as the four of you enter there are two things that happen after a brief moment of just observing your surroundings and getting a better understanding of where you're at. For one, Xanthi, considering your knowledge of Soleil due to Rahavi, the time you spent speaking with him, and your general understanding of the political nature of Soleil and Adaria and how the two are connected, just based off of individuals that Rojavi told you to keep an eye out for, there are two that even underneath the masks, you think you might recognize. There is an elven woman, mid-50s. You can see some of the gray streaks in her hair. And although she wears elements of the colors of the Ember Valley, if Xanthi is correct in her assumption, the outfit she wears is reflective of a senior advisor of the Roi du Soleil, which is the ruler of Soleil. Which, if that is what that is, then that individual would be Lady Soline Montclair, which is the senior advisor of the Roi du Soleil. So you see the king of Soleil's royal advisor there. And there is another individual that Rojavi has done a very small bit of trade with before, and that is the High Link Master of the Desert Reaches, which is sort of the Baron of the Desert Lands, Zaid ibn Lucien. He is pretty much the person in charge of all trade that goes through the deserts and into Soleil. So anybody looking to do business in Soleil should want to speak to him, whether they be people from Soleil or outside. So, Xanthi, you recognize those two as important people that might have a good idea to talk to them. However, on the other side of the spectrum, Via and Kaylin, both of you have a similar reaction. It's very strange. As Via, you walk in, you sort of look around, you smile. I mean, this is rather decadent. It seems fun, almost, at least in this first glance of it. There's this shock that goes through your system, though. A flash of something. People screaming. Voices yelling out in pain. Dark, dark, dark recesses of this place. And some creature hovering over vast collections of knowledge. And you kind of snap back to reality. Kaylin, you get a similar feeling, but it's not quite as much of a vivid mental picture. Instead, it's this feeling as if you step in, you look around, and you go to take another step, and it's like your foot hits almost like a metaphysical tripwire, where for a moment, this whole place seems different. Cracks in the floor, these belches of sulfur and flame emerging from them. This feeling of fire? Something like that. And you can feel Samson have a very, very, very similar reaction, where his tails shudder. But not like chaotically, but almost in a frequency. Something that you had seen before when you had Veil walked, where his colors had inverted, and wherever you guys were, his tails moved at a different speed, almost like detecting the frequency of whatever plane he was on.
Is that happening right now?
Yes, as you all enter, there's like 5 minutes as you're taking in your sights and your surroundings. Xanthi notices those two individuals, and Kaylin and Via, you two both have this reaction almost at the same time. As if that Kaylin, you seeing what you saw here, it almost has this chain reaction to Via to cause that vision to happen, it seems.
I am feeling a little ill all of a sudden. Just kind of struck me. She double checks her nose and ears to make sure no blood's coming out of it.
Mm-mm. No.
Okay.
Kaylin looks at Samson kind of concerned, and she's gonna pull him up to be around her shoulders and just kind of step in closer to Xanthi and Via at the same time. Something is very wrong here. I don't know exactly what it is, but it doesn't... I don't know, it doesn't feel quite right.
There's a history of something.
Did something happen here?
Either it did or it will.
Did you see something?
Just everyone stay alert. But I'm gonna get some water.
Okay.
She'll get some water.
Ugh. Kaylin is just going to... I mean, she's supposed to be, like, the mercenary compadre. So she doesn't want to, like, go up to anybody and, like, start asking questions, because that doesn't feel quite right. So unless she's approached, she's not going to really go over to approach anyone just yet. But she's gonna just keep Samson close to her. And I guess just kind of, like, linger between Xanthi and Via just in case she's needed. Is there anybody here? I mean, we're all masked, but is there anybody here who just, like, seems shifty, a little bit out of place, purposely wearing the wrong colors?
Yeah,
Trying to not be seen.
Make a perception check.
Other than us, you know. All right. Not too shabby.
22. You sort of scan around the room, being as diligent as you can. And I would say the one thing you do notice with a 22 is there are servants who are moving around with drinks and snacks and food that are, asking guests if they are enjoying themselves, and then if they're not, telling them about another place that they might be able to go to, maybe enjoy themselves a little bit more. That's on the surface level. However, what you also see is there are these statues in this main ballroom in particular. Small creatures, maybe imps. They kind of look like, or cherubs, something in that realm where there are these small winged creatures, a little bit more amorphous in shape, where they're like holding up buttresses, or they are, part of the decoration. As you scan the room, you think, as you go to look back to the west side after looking at the east side, you could have swore there was one of those creatures as a part of the wall, and that is no longer there. You're not exactly sure whether it be a trick of the light, whether it just be part of the maybe magic of this place.
Like they are part of the architecture, but then when I looked back, it does not seem as though a piece of it is there anymore.
Correct, yeah.
Love that. Okay. She'll just... Can't do anything about that now. I think she'll just kind of, like, adjust her mask a little bit, smooth out whatever she's wearing, and again, just try to look like she's meant to be here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So eventually, via there is a servant that walks by. You're able to get a small glass of water and return to the other three siblings, Edwin, Kaylin, and Xanthi. And you sip at the water, and you feel like, based off of what you saw, you have a feeling about where you might go to find that place beneath the Gilded Chrysalis. There are these flashes in your head of the path to take.
So I have a feeling, but like no, like, is it like pulling me towards a certain area of the ballroom, or is it like if once I find this, I'll know like that's where we gotta go?
Definitely the latter. You're not
Okay.
sensing anything directly. You just had these flashes. So if you found the place or the steps leading to the place, you might be able to follow that to whatever that place was, wherever that thing was.
She'll say to her siblings, let's walk around and just kind of get all angles of the ballroom. It's very beautiful to look at. And essentially she wants to tell them what she's seeing as quietly as possible while being on the move, so nobody can like camp out and listen to their conversation if that were to happen. So yeah, quietly as they like approach and like almost like weaving in through a regular conversation. Oh, well, isn't that lovely? So anyway, this is what I saw, something like that. Trying to be as like calm and tasteful as possible. And then as she finishes explaining what she saw and what she was feeling, she'll end it with, I'm wondering if what Kaylin and I are, not Caitlin, fuck, what's your name again? Who are you?
Isla.
Who
are you?
Isla and I are feeling is connected to something else rather than the Gilded Chrysalis. Trying to drop hints that maybe it's the presence of something important in the building. Maybe, possibly, who knows?
Oh, I
With darker energy, then who knows?
Kaylin nods. And she will continue to say, I agree. I think it is best that we are careful with what we say and where, because there seems to be eyes constantly moving and shifting. And Kaylin's eyes will like drift to the architecture around the room. I'm not too sure who's listening.
Noted.
I do think that while we're here, there are a couple introductions that we should be making, though. We should kind of like mention the two people that Zedley, I guess, knows about, and probably be like steering them towards whoever's closer, like trying to not make it look like a beeline kind of situation, just going about socializing.
Yeah.
A casual stroll up.
I would say that the person you're closer to right now would definitely be the advisor. However, that would definitely be the harder one to like get a conversation with, like to go up and to start talking to. Like it might be a little bit harder to keep them reeled in. But they are the closer one. I will say, Via, as Xanthi brings up that name, you do recognize the lady's name. Let's see here. As the senior advisor's name is Lady Soline Montclair. And within the book that you had partially decoded with I believe Xanthi's help, there was a letter in the back that was left there by another Montclair. Not Lady Celine, but by another of her line, an older man. Now passed, but Montclair may be of interest to speak to.
What was the letter? Could we tell what the letter was regarding specifically, or could we only really get the name and the fact that it was in the book?
No, the letter was written in common Draconic. It was written by somebody who does not have that dragon sight. And then, sorry, I'm trying to.
Just because I have it.
Oh, perfect.
It was involving finding the eggs, or as they refer to it, golden grain in the astral sea. Although the person that it was to, we don't know.
But the letter did wind up in that book. You know, it's funny because I had the letter pulled up before the session started. And now I cannot find it. But thank you, Gemma. All right.
Well, as Xanthi kind of leads us in that direction, who do we kind of like stumble across first?
Lady Celine
Or I
would be
guess
the
get
first
close.
one you would
Okay.
be in the path of. However, as the four of you are walking in that direction, there is an alcove shooting off to the west. It's this long hallway that leads deeper into the Gilded Chrysalis, where, Kaylin, you have another moment where it's almost like that invisible tripwire as you step, and you can feel that same feeling emanating from down that way. It's weaker than when you first walked in, but it seems as though something from some ley line that you've currently stepped into pulls you in that direction. And Via, as you kind of step forward, as Kaylin gets that feeling, you also have another flash, and the two of you look down, and Via, you recognize that hallway.
As we are approaching Lady Celine, I think Via will notice that Kaylin has another moment. And
Yeah, she's stopped.
yeah, I think Via will like reach for Xanthi's hand and like stop her for a moment and pull her closer, or just get up closer, I guess, whatever seems less dramatic. And I think she will like try and like quietly, like not like full on like whisper that looks super suspicious, but just kind of like lean in, and I'll quietly say, "Could you speak to Lady Celine alone? I think me and Isla might try and find another person to speak with."
All right. Be careful.
If we don't run into you again in about 30 minutes, we went that way. And she'll like gesture to the direction that she noticed that hallway.
Yeah, she'll just nod. Just don't be absent for too long, yes.
Of course, yes.
And at least she won't be entirely alone.
Thanks, Edwin. Not Edwin.
Oh, that's all right.
And then yeah, Via will peel away from Xanthi, Edwin, and get it closer to Kaylin. Just kind of be like, should we go see what leads that direction?
I would love nothing more to further explore this place. It's beautiful, really.
Truly.
This is the time where we need like those big fans so we can
I know,
see
too.
behind the fans.
But we have our masks, so at least we have that.
Yeah, that's true.
And Via will pick up her skirts and go with Kaylin.
Alrighty. So the two of you head
As
off
we're walking down this hall, Joe,
down the
does
hall. Yep.
Kaylin's like keeping one eye on Samson. How's he doing? Does he look scared, or does he look just intense?
he just looks intense now. It seems like whenever you experience something, he experiences it well. So right now, he's just like keeping an eye out, but it doesn't seem like he's experiencing anything
Okay.
incredibly potent right now.
Cool.
All right. But the two of you head down that hallway. Xanthi and Edwin head towards the royal advisor of the Rue du Sol. And with that, we're actually going to cut back to Merrick as we leave the royal court behind, and we return to more of the heavy winds and to the blazing fires within these servant quarters. So let me go ahead and move us back out here. Exterior. Perfect. So, Merrick, you step into this servants' quarters, and like I said, you can see there's probably maybe 30, 40, maybe even 50 servants that are in here right now in this large, almost like a common room of what you would find in a tavern. There are even some musicians here that are slowly plucking away at instruments, trying to create at least a welcoming and relaxed atmosphere. But you can see there are several areas where you could go. There is a large table within the center. Currently people eating, drinking, chatting, servants back and forth. There is a bar where you could grab a drink if you'd like. And even heading out the opposite way that you came in, it seems as though there's some terraced balcony with maybe what looks to be like a garden attached to it that seems to be a little bit more of a wider open air space for individuals that are looking to smoke, or maybe even servants that wish to go out and have their own conversations. It's not high society. They're not the only people who politic.
For sure. I think Merrick's gonna immediately head for the balcony. There's some stuff that he kind of wants to check out, and he can't do that from inside.
Okay. Perfect. Sounds good to me. So let's go ahead and go here. And so, Merrick, you head out onto that balcony. As you pass, you can hear various accents of individuals from all over Adaria, Solele, Maldaris, as well as several other neighboring nations to Solele. There are even a few Nornathi individuals that are here. More so as hired help. This definitely doesn't seem like, from what you could see of the interior, doesn't seem like a Nornathi event, but they were hired, and here they sit, they enjoying themselves. But you pass through the tables and the bar, and you head to this larger terraced area. So as you step out, it's probably a 100 square foot garden that stretches out over this shallow cliff. The site that you see on the other end of it is just this ravine with water currently passing through it, bits and pieces of ice breaking off from the side and being carried down this river. And far to your right, you can see the Gilded Chrysalis, the main ballroom. And there is this small, narrow, rocky cliffside that you could maybe navigate to get closer to the building, but that's kind of what you see terrain-wise when you enter. There are groups of people that are currently chatting here, but nothing that sets an alarm off for you immediately.
For sure. I mean, it's just servant quarters, so it'd be surprising if there was anything of crazy note here. Merrick's gonna tell Thorn to kind of keep an eye out, just to see if there's anyone that's like watching Merrick, like, you know, with any sort of an interest. Obviously, if someone just kind of like glances and kind of goes back to doing their thing, whatever. But, you know, if Thorn thinks there's anything suspicious going on, kind of let Merrick know.
Do you...
And then Merrick's actually...
do you want me to stay to the ground or take to the air?
Stick to the ground for right now. That might change later, but for now, since Thorn still looks like a dog, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's not draw attention to ourselves. And with that, Merrick's actually going to pull out his spyglass, and he's going to look over towards the Gilded Chrysalis just to see if there's any part of the place that seems different. Either it's like more guarded, or there's just something weird that kind of sticks out to him. He's just trying to do a little bit of recon right now. See if there's any illusions around the place.
Interesting. So you take the... Let me look at the spyglass real quick.
I mean,
I'm gonna go to your character sheet. I need to see the
I think I just typed in illusion piercing spyglass. I don't remember if there was an official item that it followed, so sorry if I screwed that one up.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. Okay. Yes. Okay. All right. Cool. So, as you are using the spyglass, sort of looking out and about, I'm assuming you're trying to move to maybe a darker corner, so that way you're not like.
Yeah, trying not to look so obvious. I'm just spying on this place. Don't mind me.
I'll have you make a stealth check first. Obviously, this is more of like a nonchalant stealth check. You're not trying to crouch in a bush or anything.
Casual stealth.
Yeah, exactly.
For sure.
Okay.
I think this is like the 4th session in a row where my first roll's in that one.
Well, let's go ahead and have you roll a perception check now to see what you see. Well, that was unnecessary, Forge.
Well. Have I ever said how much I hate digital dice?
Can I know this isn't how Portent works, but can I change one of them to a 16?
Does Portent say that you need to be within range of the...
Oh, probably.
You probably have to be able to see them, bare minimum.
Probably have to see them. That's too much bending. Oh, no. Let me find it.
She has a "That's So Raven" moment. She's like, wait a minute.
I have that song in the playlist. Where features and traits. Yeah. Portent. Any D20 test made by you or a creature you can see. Yeah. Sorry, you're on your own.
Can Thorn roll her own perception? She's
Yeah.
the one that's supposed to be keeping an eye out.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Her wisdom's just +1, so I think it's just a +1. So.
Yep. Okay. All right.
Dragon gets a 17. Of course it does.
Well, we'll come back to Thorn in a second.
Okay.
Merrick, you pull the spyglass
Way too
out.
nice outfit.
And you move to sort of the edge of the balcony, and you kind of post yourself up there, just looking out and about, and you sort of use the spyglass, and you're just sort of looking up at the Gilded Chrysalis. From the point that you are at, I would say there are two things that you notice. Along the cliffside, there is a sort of a narrow ledge that descends down and around the backside of the manor. Wherever that may lead to, you're not exactly sure, but there seems to be some type of path wide enough for somebody to walk carefully that leads to the back of the building. At the very top, however, you do see that it looks to be some type of private quarter, the sort of private area of the Silk Spider. And you sort of use the spyglass and you begin looking around, and for a moment, you think you finally see someone up there. At first glance, it is a woman with long white hair that sort of cascades down her shoulders. She's wearing a golden dress. But before you can see anything more, you hear a voice from behind you. Excuse me, and you hear Celeste, the greeter's voice, behind you. I'd like you to make, just real quick, a dexterity saving throw as you kind of jolt, and the spyglass slips from your fingers.
If I lose this thing, I'm going to be so mad. Wow, that was 6 times better than the last one. That was crazy.
Okay, luckily a 12 is just enough as it kind of slips and you grab it and you tuck it into your jacket pocket. What do you do as you recognize the voice?
Yeah, main barrack just turns around. Yeah.
Is there something I can help you find, Ace?
Not really, just passing the time. Have no idea how long they're going to be in there. They say they're going to be an hour, but it's probably going to turn into 6. Is there something I can do for you?
Well, I could not help but notice that you have not been speaking with the other guests at all.
Not much of a talker. There's a reason that I'm the one that got left behind. Social gathering's not really my thing.
Any particular reason why?
Never cared for him. Get bored.
I understand that. But it would mean a great deal to me and Madame Royal if you would at least make the effort. Please, rejoin the rest of us inside.
Alright. Went in Solele.
And she'll gesture for you to walk in front of her.
And he will.
Okay. All right. So, you walk back in. However, you and Thorn split up. Thorn started to go off to look for things.
Oh, jeez.
So, we cut to Thorn, who is moving throughout the garden, sort of sniffing, trying to appear as dog-like as possible, and trying to maintain an element of stealth. I'd like you to make a stealth check for Thorn. I'm going to say with advantage because she's currently a dog right now. Dog in the servants' quarters,
Okay.
that's...
Since she doesn't have like a full proper character sheet that I can like really use, I'm just gonna roll 2 d20s and we'll take the higher one and add 2 to it.
Yeah. 10 and...
Wow, sick.
You are equally
You know
balanced.
what? There are no ones, so you know what? We'll take these.
No ones. So 12. Thorn is a dog right now, so you know there's dogs can only be so stealthy.
For sure.
So Thorn moves throughout the garden, just looking for anything and everything. As she is moving, she catches a group of individuals that are moving and walking and talking together. As far as she can tell, they're not talking about anything important, at least as of right now. They're talking about trade routes within Solele, trying to connect with the one of the servants of the Link Master of the desert trade hubs to see if maybe they can get in there. They have their own thing they're wanting to do, but it's this conversation that really means nothing. What Thorn notices, though, is that these 3 individuals are wearing masks. These seem to be individuals from the interior that have come all the way out here near the servants' quarters and moving on further than that away from the Gilded Chrysalis to talk about something. And the masks that they wear, they're not... Well, they're scaled. They have sharper, more angular features to them. And while they might be able to pass them off as more snake-like or wyvern-like, Thorn can easily identify them as evocative of dragons. So the 3 of them head off further away from the servants' quarters. With that, Thorn will immediately activate that sort of mental connection between the 2 of you and will speak to you through that way and inform you of what she saw.
Okay. Merrick hearing that, and with Celeste still right behind him, I imagine, he'll also respond the same way.
Yeah.
And he'll just be like, take to the skies, stay in whatever dark areas you can, find out what they're talking about. If they're onto you, though, get out. Get as far away from them as you can. Got it?
Okay. If you want, I could try and make a distraction so you could come too.
God, I would love that. It's like Celeste is like 2 feet behind him.
Okay. I'll do what I can. I think I can see where they might be walking to. Be ready to go out the back. I hope this works.
I'm sure you got this.
Okay. So, Born is going to sneak off to a corner, is going to kind of like drop that illusion, and will fly up and over the building, trying to stay as close to the building as you can to not be seen by anything, and pretty much is going to move into the stables and is going to like scratch away at one of the tie-offs for a couple of the horses, and then will kind of like use her tail to like whip into the hindquarters of the horses, and they just kind of run off from the stable. And hearing that, there are several individuals, servants, mercenaries, that get up and they start to walk out, and they start to try and wrangle the horses and call them back. And you can see Celeste looks to you and smiles and says, "One moment, please," and will head off towards the event unfolding outside.
And just like Merrick will kind of keep walking forward like he's going in the same direction that like she proffered him to. And like the moment that she just like turns a corner, or like she can't just look back easily and see him, just immediately just turns right around.
Okay. Alrighty. And with that, you exit out the back. You begin moving towards where Thorn informed you she saw those individuals moving towards. And Thorn swoops back down, and sort of that illusion reforms of that dog-like visage. And is like, "Did I do good?"
Yeah, that was great. That got everyone's attention.
Great.
All right. So where are they at exactly?
Well, I saw them head that way, outside of the servants' quarters and even past the stable. It seems like they're trying to go as far away as they can.
That will actually work to our benefit. Did you see any weapons on them?
They seemed like nobles. I didn't notice any weapons.
Okay. And were they going into like a forested kind of like tree area, or was it somewhere kind of more clear just away?
Forested trees.
Okay. He'll tell Thor not to like take to the skies and fly, but almost kind of like go up into like the branches and then just kind of like glide from branch to branch just to kind of get more of an aerial view.
Okay.
Plus, hopefully these guys can't see super well in the dark anyway, potentially.
All right.
And Merrick's gonna guidance himself and then start kind of heading in that direction.
Okay. As we prepare to have some stealth checks from you and Thorn, we're actually going to take a break there just because I need to refill my water and use the bathroom. And I feel like once we start cutting back and forth from moment to moment, now that the 3 kind of separate paths have been established, I don't want to have to break if we don't have to. So we'll go ahead and take a quick break, maybe like 15 minutes to be back here at 30. Thanks for watching so far, everybody. We will be back in just a little bit.
Heavy sleeper. It's totally Kaylin. Same name as your character. The fuck came up with
They're not even the same. Learn how to speak, Gemma.
I can't.
Love ya.
Okay.
She can't speak right. She has one
It makes her have a lisp. Just like a missing tooth.
Her brain broke off in that horn, you know?
Damn, that's crazy. Can you imagine? Why is your brain horn shaped?
Your intellect distorted now.
I'm not God, I don't know.
Really funny.
Right, that was really funny.
Like,
All right. So.
There's no shopping to be had this evening.
Okay.
Long story short.
Elemental. What is the word? The word. Not incarcerations, not incantations, not apparitions. No.
can you describe the word you're looking for?
Yeah.
Manifestations. There we go.
Yep, that's the word.
Yep.
That's the one.
On tip of my tongue. Constitution, DC 13. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, that is a failure. Warped.
Fuck yeah. Get in that plane. There we go.
Okay.
And he is going to start creeping backwards further into the woods.
No one even sees me. She's just like.
All right, and then Kaylin, you were gonna do something.
I was just going to shoot a. What the fuck do I shoot?
Eldritch Blast.
Actual fuck.
And then I did get a 1.
There ain't no way!
What the hell?
This sound is constantly happening. I feel like I'm being shot in the face.
I cannot believe.
She was gonna eat shit, but Kaylin's too good. Like,
Did Sandy like Victor?
Unless you do a little clappy clap.
But does she like him?
He's a boyfriend. He's not bad enough.
She has a situationship. It's not the same.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
She hasn't said yes yet.
It's long distance. Doesn't count.
Damn. All right. And that is John's real opinion. You heard it here first. So,
I seem to have left my coin pouch in Skyhaven.
you can see
Would you,
Sir Zorik Baylor, the Kingsguard that is with you. He turns around. I'll cover the 5 silver, my prince.
No, it's fine. It's fine. No, it's no, please. I would feel horrible. We can just.
You see, he reaches into his small coin purse and he sits.
What? Oh, why did I just now?
That was like 6 hours ago.
Ryan, do you remember
Oh, no.
when you said when you're not on the VTT, how when you click back it?
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. I sure did.
Oh no!
Oh no! Love that. That's fantastic.
Kaylin is in her room.
Heavy sleeper. It's totally Kaylin.
Same name as your character. The fuck came up with
They're not even the same. Learn how to speak, Gemma.
I can't.
Love ya.
Okay.
She can't speak right. She's one.
It makes her have a
Like-
lisp. It's like a missing
Part of
tooth.
her brain broke off in that horn, you know?
Oh.
Damn, that's crazy. Can you imagine? Why is your brain horn shaped?
Your intellect is stored in the horn.
I'm not God, I don't know.
Really funny.
That was really funny.
Like,
All right. So,
There's no shopping to be had this evening.
okay.
Long story short.
You, elemental. What is the word? The word, not incarcerations, not incantations, not apparitions. No.
can you describe the word you're looking for?
Yeah.
Manifestations. There we go.
Yep, that's the word.
Yep.
That's the one.
On tip of my tongue. Constitution, DC 13, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, that is a failure. Warped.
Fuck yeah. Get in that plane. There we go. And he
Okay.
is going to start creeping backwards further into the woods.
No one even sees me. She's just like.
All right, and then Kaylin, you were gonna do something.
I was just going to shoot a, what the fuck do I shoot?
Eldritch Blast.
The actual fuck.
And then I did get a one.
There ain't no way.
What the hell?
Sound is constantly happening. I feel like I'm being shot in the face.
I cannot believe.
She was gonna eat shit, but Kaylin's too good. Like,
Did Sandy like Victor?
Unless you do a little clappy clap.
But does she like him?
It's a boyfriend. It's not bad enough.
She has a situationship. It's not the same.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
She hasn't said yes yet.
It's long distance. Doesn't count.
Damn. All right. And that is John's real opinion. You heard it here first. So,
I seem to have left my coin pouch in Skyhaven.
you can see
Would you-
Sir Zorik Baylor, the Kingsguard that is with you. He turns around. I'll cover the 5 silver, my prince.
No. It's fine. It's fine. No. It's no. Please. I would feel horrible. We can just.
You see, he reaches into his small coin purse and he sets.
What? Oh, why did I just know?
That was like 6 hours ago.
Ryan, do you remember
Oh, no.
when you said when you're not on the VTT, how when you click back it's
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. I sure did.
Oh no!
Oh no! Love that. That's fantastic.
Kaylin is in her room.
Heavy sleeper. It's totally Kaylin. Same name as your character. The fuck came up with
They're not even the same. Learn how to speak, Gemma.
I can't.
Love ya.
Okay.
She can't speak right. She has one horn.
It makes her have a lisp. It's like a missing
Part
tooth.
of her brain broke off in that horn, you know?
Oh.
Damn, that's crazy. Can you imagine? Why is your brain horn shaped?
Your intellect is stored in the horn.
I'm not God, I don't know.
Really funny.
That was really funny.
Like,
All right. So,
There's no shopping to be had this evening.
okay.
Long story short.
Elemental. What is the word? I'm totally blanking on the word. Not incarcerations, not incantations, not apparitions. No.
Can you describe the word you're looking for?
Yeah.
Manifestations. There we go.
Yep, that's the word.
Yep.
That's the one.
On the tip of my tongue. Constitution, DC 13. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, that is a failure. Warped.
Fuck yeah. Get in that plane. There we go.
Okay.
And he is going to start creeping backwards further into the woods.
No one even sees me. She's just like,
All right, and then Kaylin, you were gonna do something.
I was just going to shoot a. What the fuck do I shoot?
Eldritch Blast.
The actual fuck.
And then I did get a one.
There ain't no way.
What the hell?
This sound is constantly happening. I feel like I'm being shot in the face.
I cannot believe.
She was gonna eat shit, but Kaylin's too good. Like,
yeah.
Did Sandy like Victor?
Unless you do a little clappy clap.
But does she like him?
It's a boyfriend. He's not allowed to like me.
She has a situationship. It's not the same.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
She hasn't said yes yet.
It's long distance. Doesn't count.
Damn. All right. And that is John's real opinion. You heard it here first. So,
I seem to have left my coin pouch in Skyhaven.
you can see
Would you,
Sir Zorik Baylor, the Kingsguard that is with you. He turns around. I'll cover the 5 silver, my prince.
No, it's fine. It's
No,
fine. No, it's no, please. I would feel horrible. We can just.
You see, he reaches into his small coin purse and he sits.
What? Oh, why did I just know?
That was like 6 hours ago.
Ryan, do you remember
Oh, no.
when you said when you're not on the VTT, how when you click back it?
I sure did.
Oh no!
Oh no! Love that.
Really funny.
That's fantastic.
Kaylin is in her room.
Heavy sleeper. It's totally Kaylin. Same name as your character. The fuck came up with
They're not even the same. Learn how to speak, Gemma.
I can't.
Love ya.
Okay.
Can't speak right. She has one.
It makes her have a lisp, just like a missing
Part of
tooth.
her brain broke off in that horn, you know?
Oh.
Damn, that's crazy. Can you imagine? Why is your brain horn shaped?
Your intellect is more than the horn.
I'm not God, I don't know.
Really funny.
That was really fun.
Like,
All right.
You're welcome.
So,
There's no shopping to be had this evening.
okay.
Long story short.
You, elemental. What is that? The word. Not incarcerations, not incantations, not apparitions. No.
can you describe the word you're looking for?
Yeah.
Manifestations. There we go.
Yep, that's the word.
Yep.
That's the one.
On tip of my tongue. Constitution, DC 13. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, that is a failure. Warped.
Fuck yeah. Get in that plane. There we go. And he
Okay.
is going to start creeping backwards further into the woods.
No one even sees me. She's just like.
All right, and then Kaylin, you were gonna do something.
I was just going to shoot a. What the fuck do I shoot?
Eldritch Blast.
The actual fuck.
And then I did get a one.
There ain't no way.
What the hell?
This sound is constantly happening. I feel like I'm being shot in the face.
I cannot believe. Hello, everybody. We are back. Let's go ahead and dive back in. Picking up where we left off, our group of adventurers, the King's Hand, in Soleil to try and discover activity related to this dragon cult, hell-bent on returning the dragon's the dragon's triarchy to rule, to power, to try and bring them back from beyond the grave. Sent here to Soleil to investigate. What seemed to be a simple attack on the blades of Zandoria is unfolding to be much more complicated than what they had originally anticipated. The first thing they decided to do in Soleil after making contact and establishing their base of operations was to head to the Gilded Chrysalis. This is the known location of an information broker, the most influential one of all of Soleil, known as the Silk Spider. Now, as they arrived, it was very clear that things weren't quite right. For one, not each member of the party was permitted under the excuse that it was to keep the guest list balanced. On top of that, as they entered, Kaylin and Via both sensed some disturbance, some feeling that led them to believe that this place is perhaps on a ley line of some type of strange power, or perhaps something had happened or will happen here that was dark and grim. And then finally, on top of that, there are individuals that they know connected to the dragon cult that are here currently. One individual in particular, the current senior advisor to the Roi de Soleil, which is the ruler of the nation of Soleil. And that is actually where we're going to pick up, as Kaylin and Via go off to investigate this ley line and wherever path that might lead. Merrick staying outside in the servants' quarters, investigating individuals in dragon masks, heading off into the wooded area outside the Gilded Chrysalis. We are going to start with Xanthi and with Edwin, who is with her right now, but I suppose in this moment being a bit more of a silent, imposing force, more so than anything else. As the two of them approach the senior advisor to the ruler of Soleil. So, Xanthi, this was the individual that you were closer to from when you and your other siblings had split ways. But the gallery that you walk into and along, sort of having small bits and pieces of conversation with individuals that you pass, is within the western wing of this grand estate. You can see its walls are adorned with paintings of Soleil's history. Sun kings and sun queens in golden regalia, these legendary battles against desert storms and treaties signed beneath crimson skies. You can see plush seating arrangements that create an intimate conversation space. And finally, after, 30 or so minutes of moving between individuals, not making a beeline towards this individual, the next conversation that you would kind of grace your way into would be that of Lady Soline Montclair. Now, you are well aware that it is improper to acknowledge this individual as who they really are, right? They're wearing the mask, after all. But you can see the half-elven woman, mid-50s, wearing these sort of elaborate traditional braids and this beautiful gown of deep crimsons and gold lace, and a decorative mask of what looks to be ebony inlaid with gold. So I'll go ahead and share. Show to players. Configure ownership observer. So, that would be your next stop. My question is how do you begin that conversation? As she currently seems in between individuals that she's speaking to, glass of wine has just sort of been refilled for her. She stands there just politely looking out and about. For Xanthi and Edwin, how do they approach this individual, and how do you start the conversation?
I mean, I guess... Because we don't really know, like, anything about, like, where the Roy or, like, the advisors stand with anything that's going on with the cult or anything, right?
Correct.
And so, like... I mean, I feel like they're mainly here to just kind of ingratiate themselves. And, you know, have appearances before the Silk Spider comes. I don't think there's anything particularly we're trying to, like, get to in the conversation, right? Unless I'm missing something.
I mean, that's entirely up to you. Up to the rest of the party as well, if there's anything you're trying to maybe get out of her or learn in this time.
Besides the book thing, there isn't anything in particular Via would want to talk to her about, and that's more like the history of, I guess, her family. But to my knowledge, the reason to even, like, converse and connect with those two people were more, wouldn't it be to kind of, like, keep up appearances of us trying to, like, do business in Solele, as we're trying to buy land and all that crap. So that's what I was thinking the angle would be, at least originally, is like, oh, we're, you know, trying to do business here. Any, I don't know, tips of the trade or stuff like that. Besides that, I don't know what else.
Yeah, so I mean, I feel like that'd be the kind of main thing that they would want to talk about, is just, like, you know, more of, I guess, that, like, surface level thing, especially given the kind of place they are and the yeah, I totally don't know who you are kind of attitude we're meant to be having about things. So she'd probably just, like, come on in, like, you know, noting that, like, you know, she has this, like, finely crafted dress, just kind of, like, using that as the kind of angle of, like, oh my god, where'd you get your lace? Like, where did you get that done? And all that service. Like, you know, kind of then leading that into the kind of thing about, like, the businesses in Solele and going kind of from there, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So as you make that introduction, the beginning just sort of, like, you know, politely explosive, where it's these compliments. She compliments your outfit, asks where you got it from, is surprised that you could get something so fine and so elegant from Colleen. And then as that sort of introduction begins to fade a little bit, she'll say, but I'm sorry, I must ask, your accent, it is Darian, correct?
You have a good ear.
Well, it is my business to know as well as I can. What brings you to Solele?
And my business partner and I are hoping to find land here. Prop ourselves up.
Ah, merchants from Adaria. Oh, fascinating. Tell me, what drew you to Solele specifically? The wine country? The culture? Maybe perhaps opportunities are a little bit harder to find at home?
Well, we are neighbours, are we not? Seems, well, a natural place to start rather than crossing the world.
But still, unless you are from the lands of Astorlord, you are still crossing the sea. It is a big step to take, very ambitious. Huh?
True. But we've heard about the fine lands that you have here. The beauty of its nature was, well, I suppose a little indulgent to come here.
Well, if the rumors are true that I have heard about the Daria, it does not surprise me that you would leave. I hear concerning things about Kron's Rest. What is life like there? If you have ever been.
Visited the capital on a couple of occasions. It's quite a large city. It's more dignified than I fear that many people give it credit for. It's many traders that would be from Tulele there as well. Seems there's interest enough between both parties.
No, of course. Interest indeed. But I do not blame you for leaving home. Political tensions, these questions of succession. It has to be quite unnerving to be a merchant there, not knowing with what king or queen your goods will be traded under. You must tell me these are
Yes.
rumors. It is not truly that dire there, is it?
Would hardly call it dire. But Adaria is not new to certain struggles,
No.
nor does it see them as perhaps problems as places like this would be. We know struggle and we know how to persevere through them.
Yes. That much to me is very clear from the Adarians that I have worked with before. No matter what you do, you cannot get them to quit.
But you have worked with Adarians before, yes?
Yes, on many caravans, in many markets. In fact, the individuals of my house, for a long time we have partnered with Adaria. I think going back all the way to the Queen Warrendel, Sednira, at least I believe.
I see, so you're not so strange to my homeland as you, well, seem to put on.
I work with Adarians. And with Adarians, I have quite profitable work. But I do try and distance myself from the strife your homeland seems to endure. I mean, did you hear about what happened in Skyhaven? Yes? I mean,
Well, naturally. I believe there are a few in Adaria that wouldn't have.
And you believe that, I mean, according to the rumors, traitors, the king assaulted dragons? Do you believe it to be true?
The dragons have been long since dead. Sure, there are still potential for some to exist somewhere in the world, other planes, whatever. But perhaps unlike in Slayle, we like to keep things that are dead, dead.
A very valid point. But you must admit there is a majesty to dragons.
And they do have undeniable powers, that is for sure. But to say I have any admiration for them would be, well, difficult, given our history.
It may not be admiration, but what might you call it then? What you feel about dragons?
I admit I have not given it as much thought as I have in this conversation now. Tell me, do you have an interest in them then? all these questions?
Oh, you have learned very quickly that we and Solele prefer to listen rather than speak ourselves. And you pick up well. I think that there is a magnificence, and I think that there is a power there. My job, where my interest lies, protecting Solele and making sure that Solele thrives. And well, I think that dragons are creatures that I look to for inspiration, I suppose I would say. That they can hold power so strongly, so tightly for so long. But almost 1,000 years before the formation of Adaria, they held power until they were usurped. Rightfully so, so the lineage of the kings and queens of Adaria may flourish. But impressive nonetheless, you must say, no?
Suppose you could say that, yes. I don't suppose that Solele had much draconic influences itself, though, yes? Or perhaps I am misinformed on that.
Xanthi, I'd like you to make a this is weird, but I'm gonna say in place of a persuasion check, I'm gonna say a history check, because this is you attempting to kind of like launch off into a historical, contextual conversation that she may call your bluff on if it seems like you don't know enough.
I mean, I will say, like,
Yeah.
I feel like there is that genuineness into it, though, because, like,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I imagine we didn't really care about Solele history that much in terms of that, so it's just like, I mean, Xanthi knows that there's obviously the Tarkirian stuff, but that's not Solele, and like...
Exactly, yeah. Okay, because this is kind of in place of a persuasion check. So, with a dirty 20... I can tell that you are well studied. Solele has taken many points of interest and taken much advice from the manuscripts and writings left behind by Tarkirian scholars. Some of those speak of dragons very highly, as loyal, not pets, companions, lifelong companions, a best friend. And I think that there are alliances that can be made with dragons to benefit Solele. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that you might agree with that sentiment.
Well, I think it's always wiser to earn alliances than enemies, that is for sure. I was well unaware that the Roy was, well, I don't want to assume, trying to gain such alliances. was unaware that they were to be formed in the first place. Quite interesting. I cannot deny.
I think it is a very interesting point that you bring up. Do the lords of the land that you hail from, do they know of each deal that you make to better their land? Or do you do what you do knowing that it will better the lands that you hail from and the lineage that will live on past you?
Well, as I said at the start, I'm here for the business prospects, am I not? I would hope that that would pass on to my children, so on and so forth. It's how lineages are started, are they not? Through acquisitions, built up.
Very interesting. I understand that we come to these masked. But if you would be so kind as to provide me a name that I may call you.
Well, I suppose only if I get one in turn, yes? Juliana, and she'll extend her hand.
And Lady Celine Montclair, she will exchange her hand, and she'll shake yours very delicately and say,
My dear, it is very clear to me you knew who I was from the moment that you stepped forward. And in fact, perhaps mentioning the Roi du Soleil maybe showed your hand just a little bit. But, Lady Juliana, I think you and I have many prospects that we have a shared interest in. Please, I would enjoy to speak with you more on this later, but I think for more specifics, Zaid, Ibn Lucien, right over there, tell him that I sent you with a vested interest for the future of Solele. He will know what it means. I look forward to hopefully continuing to work with you, Juliana.
Yeah, I think with that, she'll just kind of, she'll give a bow kind of befitting to who she is, and then just, before leaving, just wish her well for the rest of the night and carry on.
Yeah. Do just that. As you're walking away, Edwin kind of moves next to you and kind of like, looking, kind of like trying to look back past his shoulder, but then also leaning towards you to say,
Did that go well? It looked like it went well. You two talked for quite a while.
Suppose it went well. And I think just like the hand that they like shook with, I can think, especially piecing together that, yeah, this is probably totally a cultist. Sandy totally like suddenly just like wipes her hand.
filthy.
But she'll kind of like give she'll give Edwin the spark notes.
Okay.
Oh no.
It's kind of like he goes to like look back, but he stops himself and he goes back to the
a face, please.
I am an unearthly mercenary.
See? Only play acting a little bit. All right. So as you head to Zaid, we'll go ahead and cut to Octavia and Kaylin.
I don't know.
Dun dun dun. So, the two of you move further down this hall. Let me go ahead and do a little jumpy jump here. Alrighty. You begin moving down this hall, and you can see that there are people down this hall that are talking and chatting. Definitely much more private. And also back this way, there are many private rooms that 1 or 2, 3 or 4 groups of individuals are brought back to partake in various vices.
Brothel activities.
I didn't say that. I did not say that. Everybody's smoking opium. That's what they're doing. All right. There's nothing else happening. Okay, there are other things happening.
There's other things that.
From behind one of the doors, you hear like a clown horn. I don't know. It's weird. So you just keep moving.
It's like that scene in Baldur's Gate. With the
I
bar.
want to know.
It's okay. Keep it to yourself. So the two of you move down this hall, trying your best to follow that feeling, but eventually as you get to the end, the hall splits into 3 separate directions. One heading what would be south, closer towards the entrance, just going around a different direction. One going north, heading further to the back of the building, and then directly in front of you there is a spiral staircase that descends downward. As of right now, you're not exactly sure where to go. There's no ley line inclination here that leads you to another spot.
Okay. Hear me out. I have an idea.
Okay.
So, the feeling that you were feeling, and correct me if I'm wrong, I can explain it how I'm feeling it. There is some type of strange energy here. Whether that is because of a past event or if something is potentially to come like what you've seen before.
Yeah.
If something did happen here, there could be, I don't know, a restless spirit or two, and maybe it's having a hard time settling. If I try veil walking, I might be able to see something. And at least that'll be a way for us to know if it's more of a history thing. The ground just can't forget, or maybe, I don't know, just a hunch.
I think it's worth a try. Do you think we need a more private place for you to veil walk, or?
Yes, because when I am doing this, I physically will be here, but metaphysically I will not be. And I would rather someone not stumble across my lifeless body. Great, let's tuck in here. Kaylin's gonna like reach for a door.
It's locked.
Oh. Alright.
What if? And she's gonna like look around.
Say it.
We could try and get one of these rooms where people are doing things and pretend like we want to participate, and then kick them out.
Kaylin's entire body is cringing. Oh, okay. And
Like,
how do we do that?
Well, my friend, I know a little bit about Pitus.
How do you know about Pitus? What do you do at school? I thought you
Went to
learned.
college.
I know a little bit about Pitus and a little bit about haste pills.
Via, we're gonna have to have a very long conversation at a different time.
Well, do you want to or not? This is the only idea I have.
I do. Let's
Okay.
ask someone.
Via's kind of embarrassed talking to her big sister about all this. And she's gonna look around and see if she picks up any signs of somebody doing any of the drugs that she knows about.
Make a perception check.
Case Pills is
Perception?
hilarious, by the way.
Perception, yeah.
I was like trying to think. I was like, what are other fantasy drugs? I don't know. Okay, 18.
18, okay. With an 18, as the two of you are kind of at the end of this hallway, now beginning to walk back the way that you came, trying not to get too far away from where you want to be, you can see that, well, it's not what you see, it's what you smell, actually, via where passing one of the doors, walking closer to it than what you normally would since you're trying to locate one particular scent, as you pass it, you do get this slightest whiff of that Pitus scent. Not nearly as, like, skunky as weed, a little bit more like burning sage, truth be told. So it's a lot more subtle and it's not nearly as offensive to the nose, but you do catch that brief hint. And the door that you pass, you don't hear anything coming from within, but you can smell that scent coming from behind the door.
Okay. She's going to... Oh, this is gonna see... She's trying to decide... Oh, okay. She's gonna brainstorm with Caitlin. Okay, I could do one or two things at this door. We can either put some money down with a note and slide it under the door, saying, you know, we would like to participate. How much can we get with this amount of money? Or I remember vaguely one time a certain knock, but like I might screw it up, but it's like a code knock thing, but I didn't do it myself. I just saw somebody do it and I kind of remember, but I don't really remember. What do you think?
The fact that this is recreational to me is very offensive. I just want to put that out there. This is a very sacred thing.
It is?
But putting that aside,
Okay.
maybe if we try the knock first, and if that doesn't go well, we can slide some money under the door.
Okay. Hopefully I remember it okay. And she's going to do, it's like 3 like fingernail taps and then a brief pause with 2 knuckle taps right after.
Okay. Alrighty.
What is happening?
So you do that. And a few moments pass, and you don't hear anything. There's no response from behind the door.
Money under the door with a note?
That's what you're trying next?
I was asking Kaylin.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Kaylin just nods.
Okay. All right. She's going to put 1 platinum with a note, basically being like, would like to participate. How much can we get with this? And then sign Vanderweld, not first name, just Vanderweld.
Okay. You slide into the door. You wait a few moments. You put your ear up to it. You don't hear any footsteps. You don't hear the coins clinking at all. Seemingly no response.
Okay, maybe it's just stinky in there and no one's actually in there.
What if we just walk inside?
Worth a shot.
Great. Caitlin's gonna open the door.
Grab the handle and you open it. And you can see that there are currently 2 people in here that are currently passed out.
Well, guess that answers that.
Are they breathing?
They just don't know what they're doing. And Caitlin's gonna sit down on the floor and just kind of investigate what it is they're smoking exactly. And close the door behind you, please.
Yeah. Shuts the door.
So, Caitlin, upon investigation, it does seem like the base of this is Pitus, but there is some type of additional ingredient mixed within the herbaceous base. It's almost like this glitter-like quality.
Have you seen something like this before?
Make I'm gonna say an Arcana check.
Can I help her with that Arcana check?
Sure.
Please do. This isn't my kind of magic. Yeah. Wait, does that mean you roll or?
Well, you can either
how?
both roll or one person can roll with advantage.
Oh,
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
I have a +7. Do you want? To
You
roll
should
that?
roll.
Okay.
Ignore the fact that I rolled.
Well, we'll have you roll the 1, and we'll count the 16 that Kayla rolled. So that'll be your advantage.
So I got an 18. Yeah.
So 11. So 16 plus 7 is 23. 23. Via. As you are sort of investigating, you think that you're familiar with, as you've read about it in one of your classes. And it takes a little bit of time as you recall the various substances that could match this. And this is an ingredient that is common in several types of potions, as it's harvested in the Feywild or areas of the material plane closely connected to the Feywild. This is fairy dust. And that's not a euphemism for another drug. It is just what you get when you shake a fairy hard enough. And it's used in potions of flying as well as potions of sleep. But when mixed with Pitus, it creates this like coma catatonic like sleep coma that you fall into that is so incredibly deep and restful, with the most vivid dreams imaginable. I mean, it is a high unlike any other because the possibilities are limitless within those vivid dreams.
Okay. Via will tell Kaylin that and say, they should not be waking up anytime soon, so we should be fine to do it here by ourselves. And if there's any little fairy dust left, I want to collect it.
Okay. You sift through. Sure, we'll say that you get
Kayla is shaking her head.
An ounce of fairy dust.
An ounce. She's gonna be like, not to use like this for spell components.
Disrespectful. It is? This is a very sacred piece of herb that we're... Okay, it doesn't matter. It's fine. The recreation thing is just not making sense. But it is fun. Caitlin is going to, like, set herself in between these two passed out people. So if someone comes in and she has her, like, eyes rolled into the back of her head in this trance, it looks like she is a part of it.
And Via's just like, they're all having a great time. Don't mind us.
All right. I have not done this in a while, so if something goes wrong, just shake me very hard.
I'll get you out of it. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And I'm just looking. I can't say if there's actually anything to be found, but maybe it'll give us a better lead than us just walking around and hoping something hits us. Okay. And Kaylin's gonna put Samson in her lap. No freaking out this time. And she is going to close her eyes and go through the same process that Bjorn has told her to go through many times, just kind of focusing in on her breathing until it starts to be this breath that lives in both realms, so she can fully walk through that door.
Yeah. Okay. And with that, Kaylin, you eventually do breach through, arriving in this sort of realm between. And you can see Samson is there with you. Samson looks around and sees what you see, this sort of glassy, foggy reflection of the world that you're currently living in, that your body, your physical body is in. You can see these thread-like apparitions that are reminiscent of the people in the room with you and of Via. Samson is fully real here. And Via, what you see Kaylin sort of her, the back of her head rest on her neck, her eyes kind of roll back, and you see Samson kind of jolt awake in her lap. And you see this super strange phenomenon where it's like there are two Samsons at the same time existing in the same time and same space, where when Samson moves his head, there's like this shadow of himself that follows along and eventually rejoins with his head, and it like traces along, creating this almost like a stuttery version of Samson that you see following his moves. But Kaylin, the walls are not really here, right? There are just these. Your vision is a lot more narrow in this realm. And as you sort of rise, as I recall, the manifestation that Kaylin had chosen was a wolf, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So you and Samson move up together, and you begin to move outside of the line of sight, outside of the room that you're currently in, and you can see this hairline thin crack on the ground. And it seems to stretch further and further down the hall the way that you came, or the way that you had come back from after traveling down to the end. Seems there is something to follow here. But in order to follow it all the way to its end, you'll probably need to stay veil walking. Via, you see Samson hop up and begin to follow. Well, for you, it's not following Kaylin. Samson just gets up and he keeps looking up, like as if he's looking at something, and he walks to the door and he kind of like, Kaylin, you see as you walk further, Samson kind of gets stuck. As he's like, he looks to you, Via, and he's like starts scratching at the door. And Kaylin, you can see that it seems as though he can't pass through that.
You need me to... Okay. She's going to go open the door for Samson.
Okay. With that, the door opens and Samson can move freely.
Do I stay here or go with you? She says to Samson.
You can see Samson looks up to you, Kaylin, and like gives a couple of squeaks and points back towards the room. And is like,
I feel like Kaylin can hear her, right? She hasn't really left.
Yeah, I guess because you're like still near the room, you can hear this echo of Via from your physical form.
I mean, I think she should, right? In case something happens. I mean, it just looks like we're a bunch of passed out people in here. I don't think anything's... If you leave her body here, I think it's gonna be fine. That's Kayla saying that to you, Felicity.
Okay.
Unless unless Via would rather stay.
No, that's not the case. But I'm also like trying to think if there's something I can like leave behind.
You can leave Fiddle, right?
Oh, maybe Fiddle's been in my bag.
Maybe you leave your bag in there and have Fiddle like
Yep.
stake it out.
Fiddle. Okay, stay with Kaylin. And I don't know what's going on, but I'm gonna follow Samson. You stay with Kaylin. This is really weird. You got this. Bye.
Squeak, squeak. And we'll stay there.
And she'll try and look like a normal person following a ferret through this party. Hi, how are you?
Okay. So, you good back there? Just like barked at the door. It's very strange.
It's a suspicious door.
Yeah. Yeah, Aspen, you can go through that. She just like pawed it.
I don't think she understands how to open a door. You gotta help her.
No, the door is open. She can fit through that. How do you think she got in here?
Oh, I don't know. She's confused. Look at her.
Me.
So weird. Okay. She's really okay, whatever. So she'll figure it out. She's
This is what just happened to Via and Samson.
yeah. What? Okay. So the two of you begin moving. Okay. The two of you begin moving. Kaylin, you following this hairline fracture, this ley line, further and further down and away from your physical form. Kaylin, it is worth noting, the further and further you get away from your physical body, the harder it is to maintain that connection. And the more you feel yourself struggling to push forward. Initially, it's not that bad, but the further and further you get away, it is compounding. But Samson follows along. He sees the crack the same as you do, and Via, you follow along with them, moving to the end of the hall, and then moving down that spiral staircase. Now, eventually, you get to the bottom. This hallway is much more empty. It still seems open and free for party goers, but there's no one here right now. And in fact, the lights have been dimmed, and the only thing that you can hear are these soft murmurs from behind doorways. Kaylin, you follow that hairline fracture, and you pass through a thoroughfare. But Via, as you go to do the same, you can see that there is there's this piece of decorative art here that depicts some historical event from the history of the nation of Tarkir. You're not exactly sure. There's no placard on it. It seems as though there's some influence from maybe some demons or some devils and knights fighting them. But as Samson goes to move through it, and Kaylin, you notice this also, where you move through, Samson is stopped. And it seems as though Kaylin has moved through that painting into the wall.
Can Via look around to see if there's either like a way, like a secret entrance button, or like how big is the painting too? Can she like reasonably like lift it off the wall to see if there's a door behind it?
It definitely seems a little too heavy for you to lift by yourself, especially because of the frame that it's attached to. But go ahead and make an investigation check real quick to see if there's any type of mechanism there.
Okay. 16.
16 also. I told you she could make it through the door. Oh, she's gone. She made it to the other side. Okay. So 16. Sort of running your fingers along the edges, trying to find anything you can. The painting is fully physical. It's not an illusion. It is fully there. And as far as you can tell in terms of a mechanism, there's not one that you can find with a 16.
She's gonna look down to Samson and be like, okay, the other thing I can do is levitate the painting, but I feel like that might be a bad idea. But what do you think? How does Kaylin do this? I have no idea what you said. Yes or no? No? No, don't levitate it. Oh. I'm gonna levitate it, because why not? Kaylin can't go alone. Okay. I'm going to try and levitate this painting since I can't lift it myself.
Okay. All right. You levitate the painting. Levitates off, and you can see that as you move it, there is a narrow stone staircase that descends down into darkness. The air that emerges from that tunnel is cold. The scent changes from spiced wine and flowers to something acrid, sulfur and old parchment. Something pulses from deep down these stairs.
Okay, she's gonna slowly put down the painting, and she's gonna look to Samson again and be like, okay, I'm really glad I did that. This is a little scary though. By myself. I don't know what you're saying. I guess you're right. I'm not by myself. We're together. You're right. That was it. Okay. Are you good at being sneaky? Yeah. I think that was a yeah. Okay, I'm not. So I'm gonna turn invisible. Is that okay? Yeah. Or do you want to see me still? Yeah. Wait, if you... Never mind. I'm gonna turn invisible. She's gonna turn invisible. There we go. Okay. And then she'll follow Samson down.
All right. You levitate the painting back?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't leave it hanging off the wall? Okay. You head down to the depths below. Kaylin, you following that ley line crack as it seems to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And on that note, we're going to go ahead and cut back to Merrick. So, Merrick, you and Thorn head deeper into that wooded area. You, just because you know Thorn and you've been tracking her this whole time, you can see her jump from branch to branch, trying her best to be as stealthy as possible, causing that illusion to kind of shift her scales to this sort of smattering of white and black, blending in with the shadows of the night, but also trying to, meld with the larger piles of snow that's currently built up around some of the branches. So bouncing back and forth and back and forth. And you yourself attempting to move quietly and calmly throughout the forest in search of these individuals. My question, though, Merrick, is are you moving... You are moving stealthily, so I'd like a stealth check. Because I remembered as I was saying that we'd said we'd roll stealth checks when we got back.
Yep.
I didn't forget.
Guidance on myself with that? No, clearly not. Oh my god, okay. Whew. 7 looks a lot like a 1 on D&D, to be honest. Oh, there's the 1. Alright, well.
You just had to tempt fate.
Had to tempt fate. 15's decent, though.
15 is decent. Okay. So, you sneak through the woods, moving as quietly and as calmly as you can, avoiding any semblance of dead twig on the ground, trying to move as softly as you can throughout the mounds of snow, following the tracks of the individuals that they left behind. Now, I would like you to make a survival check also, as you are trying to follow these tracks, trying to do so as quietly as possible and off of their trail. So trying to spot it occasionally from a little bit of a distance so you don't wind up right on top of them.
Cool. Gonna guidance that too.
Mhm.
Wow, never mind.
Okay.
Wild.
That is, frankly, a little insane. Do you have a birthday recently?
Sure didn't, buddy.
All right.
Important.
You're still not here.
She's got vibes.
Here's
Oh.
I'll allow it this one time because three
My
natural
God.
ones in the same session is crazy.
Take a portent.
Hey, look, I'm planning on killing these guys anyway, so what if they hear me a little early?
All right. Well, do you want the 16 or do you not?
I mean, I'll take it if you're genuinely fine with it.
I am.
Fine, I will roll a guide.
Oh, there's that.
Nah,
there we go.
So it'd be
All right, well, at least we got a 2 on that, so
22, right?
22.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Fantastic. So, Merrick, luckily with a 22, you don't at any point lose their tracks. You're able to stay on top of them and where they're going, and you never break away from that. You never have to stop and take time to refine where they were going, so you don't lose out on any, eavesdropping you might have had. So, after about 15 minutes of tracking, you eventually find in a small clearing you can see 3 individuals. 2 humans and an elf. Wearing 3 different masks, each one of similar styles and shapes, but one painted copper, one painted blue, and one painted white. You see one of the humans, a human male, say,
The information we received from the Silk Spider was good. Apparently, there was travelers who came through Sandraport, Adarians. Apparently, they just passed through Solebruv as well. Merchants. The same one our agent confirmed that he encountered on the road past Solebruv. They had documents, but the descriptions match. And how many of them are there?
the half-elf woman says.
5 of them. A smaller detachment of the Blades of Zandoria, to be sure, but that must be who was sent. And for vengeance, I do not know. Well, then that means that they could be coming here then. They are investigating what happened. The Hierophant needs to know. They were heading to Colleen, right? They could arrive within the week, any day now. And yes, that is true, but our contact in Adaria, is it still secure? This information, is it still good? Completely. I don't know who it is exactly, but from what I've been told, their identity were ever discovered, it would. They know what's going on. They know what's happening.
You can see the half-elf female. There's a pause between the three of them, and she says,
We need the intellect, imps. I don't think the cost matters anymore. 2 should be enough to ensure compliance when the time comes. I already sent word. But hopefully Renault will follow through.
they all kind of nod, and with that, Renard, or one of the human males, wearing the copper dragon mask, he says,
Well, is there anything else? No. I think it is time we all got back. There is much we have to report back to our betters.
Three of them nod, and it seems as though they're about to head off into separate directions, Merrick.
Did we move far enough away that, like, if a shot was fired, people could still hear it back at the estate?
I'd probably say yeah. Gunshots are really loud. What, it's like 300-400 feet you can hear it?
True. I wasn't sure with magic and also just, I don't know. Because obviously, like, modern day guns, I believe, are louder than older ones. I'm not entirely sure on that, though. Don't quote me on that.
I think older ones are louder because there's...
They really?
Yeah, because I think it's... Well, because it's, you know, it's... Well, I don't know. I listen, I'm not...
I genuinely do not know.
I would believe that an older thing would probably be louder. Yeah, less efficiency. Yeah. So
Right,
I would say that there's a chance. I would say that Merrick isn't exactly sure. You might be far enough away, but it'd be risky. 1 shot, probably okay. 3 shots, probably less okay.
Man, I'm going to use this revolver someday. And, like, with how close Merrick got, how far away are they from him currently?
I would say maybe 40 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet, right in that range. 2 of them are heading further away from Merrick. 1 of them is heading closer to Merrick. Like, not walking towards him, but heading in his direction as they're beginning to split off.
And based on how they were talking, it seemed like the elf was kind of more in the know with certain things. Is that kind of the vibe I got? It seemed like she was talking more.
The human man wearing the copper mask was talking the most. He was the more gruff voice. But Elise, or not Elise, well, you don't know her name. It doesn't really matter. But the elf woman was the one who was talking about a future operation involving these imps.
Yeah, does Merrick know what those kind of imps are? Intellect imps, they said?
Merrick does not know.
Okay. Who was the one that brought up their contact in Adaria and how important that was?
That was the human in the white mask who spoke the least.
Okay. I think Merrick's going to choose to follow him.
All right.
Since they're splitting up, I don't think going after all 3 is a good idea, so we're going to prioritize a little bit.
Okay, sounds good. So, the other 2 split off, and the individual in the white dragon mask heads kind of off to the far, what would be north side, wrapping around closer to what would be the cliff that the Gilded Chrysalis is kind of placed on top of. So, we'll kind of go around the long way. And at any point while he's making his way back, it's up to you how you want to intersect him. Behind you is the forest, and in front of you is a cliffside down a probably 100-foot drop.
And watching these guys, since they were all just kind of standing there talking, Merrick still didn't see any weapons on them.
Did not see any weapons on him.
Yeah. Okay. I think Merrick's gonna tell Thorn to be ready to jump in, but he's gonna make the first move.
Okay.
I would say kind of trailing him, and then kind of like, just like maybe like 10 feet before this guy's gonna break the clearing of the forest, or the edge of the forest, I guess. That's when Merrick will run up, and he's gonna attempt to grab the guy and put his dagger to his throat from behind.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. So, let's see. Your stealth check earlier was a 15. Okay. So as you are moving up to him, making a little bit more noise, moving more quickly, let me just see something real quick. Okay. He does not notice your approach even as you begin to move quicker. And by the time he notices you, it is too late. You've got him grabbed, knife up against his throat, and he immediately starts going, no, please. If it is money you're after, I have got plenty of coin. I would give everything to you. Please.
Shut up, cultist. And he'll press the blade harder against the neck.
I didn't know what you're speaking of, friend. A deal can be made.
Oh, I'm sure it can. Do we have an understanding here?
Of course.
Good. Who's your contact in Adaria?
You must have overheard the conversation. I promise you what I told him was true. I do not know who it is. All I know is the person who in Solele, who knows who the contact is in that area. I do not know. I promise you I do not know.
I believe that.
Make an insight check.
Right, I'm sure it's going to go as swimmingly as everything else tonight. I want to kill myself in game.
Asterisk. Oh, okay. I mean, as far as you can tell, it seems as though he's being honest. I mean, he's rather shifty. So you are not inclined to believe him, but as far as you can tell, he's telling the truth.
All right. Because, like, Merrick obviously has, like, you know, kind of like the arm around him with, like, the blade at the throat.
Yeah.
Wanting to put a little bit more fear into the guy. With his free hand, he'll withdraw the revolver and he'll pull the hammer back right when it's in this guy's back.
Of course. I swear to you that is the truth.
Why do I not believe you, though?
I can tell you who does know. Yeah.
Yeah? And who would that be?
He is not from Solele. He is a foreigner. He is from Madaris. His name I do not know, but I know what they call him. They call him the Shepherd. He is working with the Ember Hero Fund. And that is who we get our orders from.
Where's the hero font?
I don't know. Well, that is not exactly true. I do know, generally it is a place called the Ashen Shrine, but I do not know where the Ashen Shrine is. I am not a high enough rank for that place. I'm not high enough rank to go there. Or to even know its location for situations like this.
You and your friends split up. Where were you heading and where are they going?
Back to the Gilded Chrysalis, sir. We are here to collect information, to have a good time. We are not just cultists. We are, and cultist. I don't even think I would call myself that. I am simply trying to make a name for my family, to provide for them. There's lots of wealth working with these people.
Well, compelling information. Anything else you want to say that might put me in a better mood? As he kind of like pushes the gun a little bit harder into his spine.
If you kill me, they will know something happened out here. They will know that there is information compromised, and they will try and find whoever did it. They'll talk to my corpse.
Yeah.
And they may compel me to speak the truth, even if I wouldn't want to.
I feel like that actually does sound like something a cult would do, but is this more just him trying to kind of buy his life, more or less?
Make an insight check. I'll say with advantage because he's pretty, very obviously threatened.
A little scared.
Yeah, he's a little scared. Knife to the throat, gun to the back.
19.
Rocking a hard place. Okay. 19. Truthfully, it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. As far as you can tell, that seems to be something he believes would happen. But also he does want to live very badly.
Sorry, hard decision here.
No, you're good.
Listen, maybe I could be an informant for you. Yeah, I could try and find things out about maybe where the Ashen Shrine is, who his contact is, the Shepherd, the next place that he will be, and I could deliver that information to you somehow.
This is helpful. Do I believe that, or is that a bold-faced lie?
Make an insight check.
Please, 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 please. I'm gonna retire if that's fine with everyone.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
Oh my god.
That
oh no.
is... Wow.
Okay. I mean, he seems... The thing that is throwing you off right now, Merrick, is just how flippant this guy is.
Sorry.
You believe him. I mean, you genuinely believe that he would do that. But what is problematic to you is the fact that he was so easy to betray this cult.
Yeah.
That he's obviously a part of. And he's already ready to just be like, I'll give you everything.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I was vibing with, too.
Yeah.
Merrick's gonna pull the knife away from his throat. Walk forward slowly.
Well, see, we can't be friends. We can
walk, and he just points. He just kind of jabs into his spine.
Okay. This is a very strange way for friends to walk together in the woods, but if you insist, my friend.
And a walk.
And we're just gonna keep going until we get a little bit before that cliff.
Are we just looking to see the sights, my friend? Or,
Merrick pulls back a little bit. He takes a few steps back. Turn around.
And he does.
Perhaps.
Merrick will reach up while he's looking before he says anything, and Merrick will take the mask off to see if there's any sort of familiar, like, realization on this guy's face.
Well, let's see if this guy has any recollection. Okay.
You are You are one of the blades, aren't you?
Merrick kind of just smiles. I was there that night. The one in Skyhaven.
I had nothing to do with Skyhaven. I promised you that. I had nothing to do with the attack on Chateau Beauregard. I was in Lunska.
And Merrick's just holding a smile at him the entire time while this guy's talking.
I'm doing this only for the money. For my family. My family, my daughter is very sick. She has an illness. The clerics, they cannot help her. But with enough money, I could.
Yeah. I believe you. Thanks for the tip about them interrogating your body, and he's just gonna fire so the guy falls off the cliff after he shoots him.
Okay. As you fire, you hear you see a couple of things happen all at the same time, Merrick. As you fire, you can see he looks behind you, past your shoulder. His eyes go wide, and then the shot, and then he goes flying off the cliff. You hear Thorn in your head at that same moment. Merrick, behind you! And Merrick, as you turn, we're going to cut to Xanthi.
God damn it.
You're a bitch, Joe. A bitch. I wanted to know.
So, Xanthi, we cut back to you on the interior of the Gilded Chrysalis.
She did say BRB. Are you back, Gemma?
Oh.
She not back.
No.
Oh no, we have to cut back to Merrick. This is terrible. No. Because Kayla's gone too conveniently. Oh no.
What? I'm here.
Damn it. Kayla, pick up the context clues.
All right,
Oh.
so then I
I couldn't say
suppose,
Felicity was gone. She's on camera.
unless
Okay.
Gemma returns in this moment, right now, we're going to go to Keelan.
Should we try and ping her real quick?
Gemma? Okay, we'll just jump to Xanthi and Kaylin.
Via and Kaylin.
Via and Kaylin, yeah, sorry. Okay. Well, that means I have to move back to this one. Exterior. Okay. So, with that, the two of you beginning heading down this dark stairwell. Kaylin, even for you, the atmosphere here is darker. It is more malicious. It is much angrier. That hairline fracture is now growing much, much, much wider, where this ley line almost opens up to more of a ravine. where, Kaylin, you find yourself in this spiritual form, having to kind of tiptoe to move across ledges as if you were climbing on a mountain and trying to walk along the side of a cliffside, looking down at the acrid belches of sulfur emerging from it. Via, for you, you see this hidden basement emerge in front of you. Corridors heading off in each cardinal direction. But it's this, I don't know, chittering, this hissing that you hear coming from one direction in particular, and as you look in that direction, you get this flash of divination, this burst, as you see strange creatures that you've never seen before, that you've never even read about, and impish creatures from the hells being ripped and torn and put back together. Something very strange, very unnatural. And you see these hands. You see the hands doing it. You see them moving essence from one jar to another, writing things down. But what alarms you most about these hands you see is the thumbs. They're not on the top, they're on the bottom. And that future, or that past, whatever it was, goes away. And you can see Samson and Kaylin following that ley line. You can see that it leads further into one room in particular.
Is it the one towards the noise?
Towards the vision that you saw and the noise, yeah.
All right. She's still invisible, so she's hoping that's enough. And she'll follow. But she's got like one hand on her heart, the other on her neck, like, holy cow.
Okay. Kaylin, for you, what you feel is this impending evil like anything you've felt before. With the image you saw that spoke your name, it was very obviously a focused entity. Or with the draconic spirit, it was a very large, very powerful, but a focused entity. This is like a fountain. It is a... well... almost a, something that, Kaylin, you've heard about before. When it comes to Veil Walkers, this is... oh my goodness, oh god damn it, I'm blanking on the word right now. It is what Horizon Walkers can find. I keep wanting to call them warp gates, but that's a Warhammer thing.
What they're called? Or do I? I mean, Kaylin does.
A planar portal. A planar portal. That's okay.
Okay.
I was thinking it was something way more fancy than that. So, this is something that you have heard about, Kaylin, where when ley lines grow so thin from one plane to another, portals can open up, and they can be active entryways and exits for creatures that originate from those planes into these places.
Not necessarily like the ethereal plane that Kalen's on right now, but completely different planes of existence.
Correct, because where you are right now is Kalen is just in the realms between.
Sure.
And
yeah.
so that's why you can see these ley lines, because these ley lines are what connect all of the different planes of existence to each other. And because the
Gotcha.
material plane is in the middle of it all, that's why you can sense those ley lines while you're veil walking.
But I don't know where this portal goes to, correct?
No, you're not studied well enough to know. Sulfur and fire. You know, I would say Kalen's not dumb. There's like one of 3 planes that makes sense that it could be from.
Yeah. It's weird that this is here though. And everyone's just partying it up at the Hotel California. That's what it's giving.
Okay.
Okay.
So, I'm assuming you follow the ley line?
Yep.
Okay. Kalen, Via, as the two of you step into this room, oh my god. If my eye could stop throbbing, I would appreciate that. Okay. It's not. So, as you head into this hidden basement, it opens into this surprisingly large chamber. The walls are lined with shelves holding books, scrolls, these crystalline vessels that hold these essences, these wispy clouds of blue and gray. But the center of the room, suspended from the ceiling, is what draws your attention immediately. Dozens of small cages, each one glowing with pale white-blue energy, suspended in midair. Inside each cage is this horrific creature. Both of you are well-rounded enough and well-studied enough to be familiar with what an imp is. Creatures of the Nine Hells, typically servants of greater and lesser devils alike, or any creature that controls any amount of power in the Nine Hells, can typically get 10, 20, 50, 100 imps to do their bidding, to collect information for them, to deliver messages for them. These creatures have been grafted with something else entirely. Bits of their head have been replaced with this large kind of pulsating gray mass of brain matter. I'd like both of you to make a, I'm going to say an Arcana check.
That one is bad.
Oh, I got a 1.
A single one,
11. Yeah, both of you are unfamiliar with what these creatures are. And what I would say is most alarming is, Kalen, you can see the essences of these creatures very clearly. They don't seem to see you, and Via, funny enough, with a natural 1 on your Arcana check, your mind is blank right now. And it seems as though they don't notice you either. But you don't really have any idea of what they may be.
Oof.
So you can see those sort of crystalline jars with those essences of blue and gray off on the shelves. And you can see the books, the scrolls, this table, apparently where these creatures were put together. And you can see the creatures suspended from above you.
Oh, I want to look at those things. I imagine she's so like in shock. That was like the main natural one where she's like, what the fuck is this? But after that, yeah, I want to look at the stuffs. I want to learn.
Okay. Alrighty.
Can Kalen Wait, question before you do that. Is the portal, like, visible in real, like, in the realm that Via is looking? Or can only Kaylin see the portal right now?
So from where you're at right now, Kaylin, you can feel that portal getting closer, but it's not in this room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Carry on.
It is further down. One thing I will say that is interesting, Kaylin, is not only can you see those creatures, you don't see the vials, you just see these small clouds of gray and blue, like structured and organized and kind of filed away on these shelves. But you see those clouds clear as day.
Weird. Okay.
Okay. So, Via, you move over to investigate.
Yep. I want to learn what are the things on the table, and then as well as like the books, like what their contents are and their titles, and even like the authors or what kind of magical study they are. And then from there, if I can connect any dots from that of what the fuck's going on down here.
Okay. I'm going to have you make an investigation check first.
Okay. $16.
16. Okay. With a 16, you find several books that seem to be more important than the rest, whether it be their spines, the titles of the books, they seem more important to you. But real quick, let me look to see what languages you know.
I know Common and Primordial.
Okay. Half of the books you cannot read. They are written in a language that you do not know.
I can cast Comprehend Languages.
Is that concentration?
Nope.
It's not. All right. Cool. I was just wondering for invisibility.
Cast.
All right.
It is
The
not.
duration, you understand the literal meaning of any language that you hear or see signed. You also understand any language you see, but you must be touching the surface which the words are written. It takes 1 minute to read 1 page of text. It does not decode spells, the spell does not decode symbols or secret messages. Okay, so you pull out what seems to be 5 or 6 books that seem important to you, and the ones you don't recognize, you cast detect or comprehend languages, and you identify them as infernal. So this is the language of the hells.
That makes sense.
So you find those books, you put those off into a small pile, and you start to flip through them to try and read them. Kaylin, is there anything you'd like to do in this time also?
Can she try to figure out also what is in those vials? And what she can get from, like, the essence of those creatures. She doesn't want to get closer to them, but, like, are they giving, like, it's a certain type of aura? Are they, like, an evil presence, a dark presence, or are they just kind of, like, an amalgamation? Like, those are the 2 things she's trying to figure out.
Okay.
It's weird to see, like, a floating cloud that's not attached to anything.
Yes, it is very strange. Okay, so you do that, attempting to investigate the small clouds and then the creatures themselves, and then Via, you're looking into the books. All right.
Should I roll?
I will have you roll in just a second.
Investigation? Oh, hold it.
Because yours are a little bit more not studious. They're a little bit more vibes and feeling based.
Yes, yes.
So, Via, you begin to flip through these books as quickly as you can, as obviously you should not be here. How long does invisibility last? An hour?
An hour, and so does Comprehend Languages.
Perfect. So we'll say that this has been about 20 minutes so far. You heading down the stairs, getting here, finding all these books, and beginning to flip through them. You flip through them, and the first few books that you find are manuals written by monster hunters that are in common about the dissection of imps. These are monster hunters from Solele, from Adaria, from the archipelago, the sovereignty there, as well as smaller, more renowned adventurers, not tied to a specific nation, but just renowned for what they did. You also find various books written by infernal scholars, individuals that have taken time to dissect many different creatures from the Nine Hells to try and understand their anatomy better, their weaknesses, and how they can be exploited. Those are the first few books that you just kind of thumb through. The next one that you go through is a much, much, much older text that was written by an explorer from the Astral Sea. And it was specifically on the anatomy of creatures from the beyond. From beyond the reaches of the Astral Sea. Strange creatures that they refer to as illithid, or more colloquially, mind flayers. How these creatures use tadpoles implanted into humanoids to create new ones. But the part that you're really drawn to isn't that. It is these creatures that serve as servants of the mind flayers, intellect devourers. Creatures that are used to devour whatever intelligence and brain there is of the creature they attack. And in another book you flip through that this information harvested from intellect devourers can be dissected and removed. So whatever memories, whatever brain, whatever they eat from an individual, someone can then harvest from the intellect devourer that knowledge, that information, those memories. So that's what you flip through and that's what you read in this time that you're here. Halen, you move up to one of those small wispy clouds that would be in a vial on that shelf. What do? Do you go to touch it? Do you try and just reach out to it to feel it? How does Kaylin approach it?
I mean, in her mind, whenever she's seen something here, it's always been connected to like a person in the material plane. So in her mind, she like is naturally connecting the dot that there is like, is this the essence of something? And if so, why is it just floating non-existent next to, like there's no organic source to it.
Mm-hmm.
So she's confused. So she is going to reach out to touch it.
Okay. As you reach out to touch it, I'd like you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh. Five.
Okay. As you reach out to touch it, unknowingly, not knowing what this thing is or what it may do, you can see the essence fly towards your hand, and it sinks into your palm and seeps into your skin. And as you do, you get this flash in your head. Like, it's almost like when you smell something and it evokes a memory. It's that potent, where something that you had forgotten so long ago immediately comes back to you. And you have this memory, Kaylin, that you experience. You could have swore it was one of your own, but it's not. You know that it's not, but it feels like it is yours. You're sitting in a field in the middle of summer. There are lilacs growing around you. You're sitting there with your best friend, a person that you would love to tell how you really feel, and there's a moment that's so perfect. The sun is setting. The two of you are laughing, but you choose not to. You hold that information to yourself. And it is a moment of this ultimate bittersweet. Such a potent memory. It fades away, and Kaylin, without the proper knowledge of how to handle it, that is a memory that Kaylin has now that she feels as though is her own.
Is that glow thing still there, though?
No, it is empty.
Okay, she's gonna back away from that. She doesn't like that. She knows that something happened, but she doesn't know exactly what, right?
Correct, yeah. I would say that as that happens, Via, you see, like, well, you don't see it happen as you're reading. You hear a vial fly off the shelf and hit the ground, and the glass shatter.
She, like, takes the book and holds it to her chest. She's looking for Samson now to see where Samson
Yep.
is.
Samson, you can see, is, like, looking up at Kaylin and, like, looks back to you.
Can he see me?
Samson, yeah.
Okay, so even though I'm invisible, he can see me.
Yes.
Good. Okay. She's gonna whisper to Samson. What happened? I don't know why I asked. I can't hear you. I don't know you. I don't know how to... Okay. Well, and then I assume she got through everything that she could without
Yes.
spending her whole time there.
Correct, and we'll come back in just a second. As that happened, Kaylin, you wanted to also look at the creatures, right?
I mean, she's not gonna get too close to them. She's just gonna try to see what essence is coming from them.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes,
Like,
it
is
does.
there,
I'm
like,
trying to think.
what's their aura?
As you approach Kaylin, just getting a little bit closer, looking at it, and trying to make that connection, I'd like you to make just a, we'll just say a charisma check, as you're trying to just understand its essence on that level.
I can't read. Where is charisma? What's happening? Oh, it's at. Oh my god. Oh, I forgot how to play this game. Can I guidance myself?
Yeah, you can.
Wait, I don't have that spell.
Oh.
I forgot who I am.
Not
But you know what I do
yourself.
have?
Yep.
I know. I have luck points.
Yeah.
Do you want to take my 16 as a luck point? I can't see you. Never mind.
It's okay. I have one more luck I can use.
All right. Use it up.
Charisma. Alright, that's better. Not much, but better.
Okay.
14.
Okay.
Oh, why was that a save? Whatever, it's the same thing. Well, it's not really. It's a +5. Oops.
So it'd be a 12 instead. Still better.
12. Still better.
Caitlin, as
Thank
you reach out, you try and sense, you just kind of reach out in general to see if there's anything that catches your mind's eye first before you go to one in particular, just to see if there's any thread there. And there's one that you are pulled to in particular that you reach out to. And this essence in particular, you can sense that infernal, right, that hellish influence that the ley line is so closely connected to. But then there's something else that you sense. Something closer to what you're doing right now, actually. As you look up to one of the creatures, you get a flash of whatever was embedded inside this hybrid grafted monster. You get an understanding that this thing devoured the intellect and the memories of some type of someone from not the Serpent's Grove, but someone capable of veil walking. Somebody who was investigating something related to a ley line. Maybe this one, maybe a different one. But they learned the truth about this place. Maybe about this place, maybe about another place. And they were confronted. And then they wound up here. Trapped in this creature. Nothing but memories filling what is an empty stomach.
Okay, so, player clarifying question.
Yeah.
So, I guess, and Kaylin, am I to understand that these things are like, if you are a normal person, boop, I'm a normal person walking into a room, and then this creature just latches on its head, devours its brains, it has its memories and knowledge. What happens to the host?
Completely unrecoverably dead. A corpse. No way of resuscitating them, aside from, like mechanically would be like the highest level of spell where you like remake a body with the spell.
Now, can Kaylin deduce that, or is that going too far for her to realize? 'Cause she doesn't actually know what this creature is. This is Kaylin kind of connecting those dots.
Yeah, I would
Okay,
say Kaylin.
so
Kaylin
knows... Go ahead.
Kaylin could connect the dots that the brain is gone, and so there's no like healing magic that would work as far as Kaylin knows.
Okay, well, I guess that makes her take a step back, and she's kind of like taking another look at the vials, at these creatures. Are there bodies around somewhere?
Mm-mm. And Kaylin, as that line of questioning leads you to maybe move a little bit deeper, to ask certain questions, to push even further. Via, you are thinking very hard right now about what you've read, about what you have seen, about the vial, about this, about that. Trying to also keep in mind your concentration. You're focusing on a spell right now. And doing that while also trying to read these very intense books, casting a spell that allows you to comprehend them. There's so many layers. Your brain is working at all cylinders right now. And it seems as though one of those creatures detects it, that brain activity. It starts to hiss and chatter. It starts to shake at its cage towards you, towards where you are, as if it can sense that activity. And in that moment, Via and Samson and Kaylin, the two of you that are here physically, can hear footsteps coming down the hall. Kaylin, you can sense essences that are not Samson's, that are not Via's, getting closer. What do the two of you do?
Yeah, Via's going to place the books back, hopefully as correctly as she took them down, and then we'll quietly start to walk and leave, not waiting on Samson's like cue here. She's like, I gotta get the fuck out of here now.
Yeah.
That's what she's doing.
But do I stay to eavesdrop? I mean, I'm in a different realm, essentially, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can Kaylin find, watching Via kind of collecting things and getting herself out of this space, can she find I know we're in this realm, but like, can she try to find a space to hide? Even if whoever's coming in here for some reason can see it in the realms in between?
I would say the thing is you have like a limited.
You can say no.
Well, you have like a limited line of sight, so you'd have to stay close to still be able to hear what's going on.
Actually, okay. Well, then I guess I will also return to my body.
It's up to you. I mean, you can.
No, I mean, I'm not trying to get caught. If I have to be like literally standing in front of somebody, that's kind of a big risk.
Well, it's like within 30 feet, you know.
That's okay. I'll just go back to my body.
I mean, via you're invisible, you can stay as well.
I think she would definitely, like, as she's trying to get out of, like, the space where the creatures are noticing her, if she feels safe enough to, like, linger back, like, near the stairwell for an easy escape, especially, I don't think she'd want to pass the person in the stairwell. Does that make sense? Like, she's invisible and she might still... She's only invisible. She can still be smelled. She can still be heard, you know, all these things. So I think she might, like, put her back right by the stairwell, like, waiting on whoever it is to, like, enter. And then if there's something intriguing, she might hang. Or she might dip.
Okay.
You know.
Alrighty.
But she wants the creatures to stop. She wants to be far enough for the creatures not to notice her as much anymore.
So you move as far as you can away and out closer towards the exit while being invisible. Kaylin, do you stay near Via? Because if you stay near Via, you'd probably still be within earshot of what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, if I can still be in earshot, I will definitely.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So you hang right there for a moment as these two individuals approach. I would say you can't quite get a look at Kaylin, especially with the way that the veil walking works. You can't see a physical version of them, and with where you're positioned around the corner, Via, you really can't see them either, but you can hear them. Two individuals that are talking back and forth. One says,
Madame Ruel has agreed to your purchase. 2 of the imps, as requested. And as I know, the price has been paid, yes? In full. You would not seek to believe it, but our funds are substantial. And, our contact in Adaria has confirmed the targets that are viable in Maldaris. I do not need to know the details of your operation. I'm simply here to facilitate the transaction. Of course, I know that, though. I'm sure you can imagine. But perhaps if...
Hearing that, Via wants to try and see who's talking.
okay.
I don't know how close I have to get or if I can just peek around a corner.
I'm going to say make a stealth check with advantage.
I might take my 16. Let me see. What is my stealth?
Plus
one?
kind of like moves very close to Via the whole time.
I'm going to take that 16 portent, so 17 stealth.
17 stealth. Okay. Alrighty. So as you look around the corner, trying to stay as quiet as you can, holding your breath, you look and you see a human man standing next to what looks to be a tiefling. The horns are shaved down to the skull, but the skin is that deep crimson color. The tiefling seems to be the one who is managing the transaction, and the human is the one that you heard speaking earlier. The human man you do not recognize, Via. He has a trimmed mustache and a pointed goatee, hair of a deeper brown that is just beginning to be touched by gray, crow's feet, and you can see that he has a very prominent scar across his temple down his cheek. Wearing very fine Adarian clothing as he continues to talk.
All I have to say is it would shake the very foundation of our nation. One day. Not today, though. Not any day soon, but soon. Very soon. And you, my good man, and your mistress have been quite instrumental in assisting our endeavors. Thank you. The other individual just nods, and he retrieves the 2 cages from up top and brings
Okay,
it
cool.
down.
That might be when Via wants to get out of there now.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good to me. So, the 2 of you then head out, unless you wanted to stay any longer. Nah?
This is some fucked up shit.
I don't want my brain to get eaten.
Okay.
It's a good brain.
So with that, the 2 of you begin to make your way back towards the stairs. And as the 2 of you are moving back towards the stairs, as you look up the stairwell via, Kaylin, you don't see this in your veil walking aura, but you know the exact path to take to get back to where you came from. But Via, as that door, or as you move up that stairwell, as you begin to look up that stairwell, you can see the painting at the very top move and shift over as another individual you can see moving down the stairwell in your way of escaping.
Who is it?
Before you can see them, we're going to go ahead and cut to Xanthi.
How dare you?
Alrighty. So Xanthi. We cut back into the interior of the ballroom. As you and Edwin have been intermingling between various guests, trying your best to keep up appearances, but I'm assuming you were headed towards the individual that she instructed you to?
Yeah, probably, I mean, soon after.
Okay. All right. So, after a few, maybe we'll say 20, 30 minutes of idling your way over there, not trying to make it too obvious, you eventually do make your way towards her associate, which is the individual that you had recognized earlier as Saeed Ibn Lucien. You can see him very clearly, a distinguished dark-skinned man, maybe in his early 50s, sun-weathered features, and a very neatly trimmed beard going silver. Intricate geometric tattoos in sort of this greenish white and gold that wind up his forearms. He wears these robes of amber and deep purple with desert patterns. And he has this signature turquoise jewelry that catches the light. So I'll go ahead and share. Saeed. The mask he wears is reminiscent of an owl. Show. Observer. Alrighty. So, Xanthi, as you approach him, he is currently having a conversation with a few other people, and you can overhear him speaking about various deals to be made, about finalizing a deal for what seems to be a gem mining company to be able to move their supplies through his caravans. It seems as though Zaid is much less concerned with his identity being known, wearing a mask to fit in with the theme and the custom, but he seems not to be so concerned with his identity being talked about. After all, people are approaching him nonstop to form deals this evening. So as you approach, how does Xanthi choose to approach this individual?
I mean, she's willing to match his vibe. Like, she'll wait till he's, like, has a gap between, like, talking to people. and, finalizing all his deals, and will kind of insert herself, and, she'll say, "Now, I do hope that I am not mistaken, but given your talk, I assume you must be Lord Lucian, yes?"
Yes, indeed I am. And I know it is improper to make it so clear, but yes, if you would wish to talk business, I am more than happy to do so.
Yes, well, you must forgive me. I did not realize if I was breaking any mores and, asking, but you see, I am not from Salele, as I'm sure you can no doubt hear. But I and a business partner were interested in buying land here, creating something for ourselves. And from what I understand, you are quite the man to do it. I believe, it seemed to be the connotation that we received from that lady there, and she'll kind of gesture towards wherever Celine is. She seemed to think that you were the person to go to with those that have invested interest in the future of Solele.
Yes. In the vested interest of Solele. Walk with me, please. Your
Gladly.
guard here, do you trust him with your life?
Enough.
Very good.
And you can see as he leaves, 2 guards follow alongside him as well, to the one that you have with Edwin. You walk further and further away from the rest of the party until you're a bit more in a private area. In fact, you find yourself in the same hall that Kaylin and Via had walked down just maybe 20 minutes ago? 30 minutes ago? Well, I guess at this point probably closer to an hour, actually, now that I think about it. And as you move down this way, you can see that he isn't making much small talk as you're moving. He's sort of waiting until you get further and further away. Till eventually, you two and the 3 guards amongst the 2 of you are more private.
I will say, as they are walking, especially considering he's not wanting to engage in small talk, she'll do the kind of, totally just looking around, taking in the environment. But she does want to kind of size up the guards that he has with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you can see that the 2 guards that he has with him are very heavily armed and armored, wearing full plate decorated in the fabrics and silks in the same colors that he is. And you can see they wear these very large frog mouth helms, completely covering their face and neck and body. They also, no shields, but both of them have glaives that match the decorated color of their plate armor and silks.
Yeah, thought that'd be the vibe, but noted.
Okay.
So, if you do not mind me asking, what compelled you to speak with an interested party?
I must admit it was because she had one of the finer gowns here. I was curious. I figure there's no sense in trying to lie at greater things.
I completely agree. But you must understand, in matters as important and delicate as these, there is very little error that can be found in our approach. No.
Well, I believe it's always important to be thorough. I cannot blame you for having any reservations or checks you may have.
You are a merchant from Idaria, yes?
Indeed.
And you come to Solele seeking an investment to make, a business opportunity, yes?
Yes.
And you are willing to pay a cost, a great cost, to fund and to achieve such return of investment?
Well, naturally, I would always wish to have full understanding of costs before going into any agreement, but if that which is earned or benefited is greater than the cost, then, well, that is simply good business, yes.
You make a very strong point. Very well. I have one last question for you before we move forward. Those within my shall we say employ informed me of individuals traveling throughout Adaria, throughout Solele. They passed through Solebruf after landing shipwrecked in Colin or in Sundraport. That is quite the misfortune. For you and your business partner, were you a part of that group?
I mean, is she able to get any kind of, I guess, read from him? Like, is he, like, I don't know, like,
Sus?
Can she send like yeah, I guess. But like is it like he's wanting like what's the answer that he's like looking for? Can she kind of tell that?
Okay, make an insight check.
Huh.
This is not your guys' night, is it?
I appreciate everyone purposely rolling ones to make me feel better. That was very thoughtful of you guys.
I'm not a very insightful person.
I would say with
It's all the fumes in the air.
yeah, all the sulfur, all the sulfur. I would say, just based off your intuition, right? Not really having an idea of intent. Off Xanthi's intuition with a natural 1. It seems as though he is, as far as you can tell, he's trying to get something honest out of you. Take that as you will. I think that's the best I can give you with it.
But I mean, he was also like directly before being like, hey, yeah, there's these people that were going around Adaria doing stuff, and now they're in Soleil. They've gone to these places where you were on that shipwreck. Like, he's like insinuating that like those people, whoever weirdos they must be, were also part of that shipwreck, right?
Yes, that does seem to be what he's involved. I will say I misspoke. I didn't mean to say Adaria. Specifically,
Okay.
landed in or shipwrecked in Sanjaport and made their way past Solobruv, and then he said my agent or another agent under my employ asked some questions of a group, which,
Okay.
as far as you can tell, there were only 2 people that you talked to on the road. There was the person who was part of the Central Intelligence Office, and then there was the Furbolt guy. So
Yeah, so it doesn't seem like, hey, I know he's probably knows about the King's Hand and is trying to link me to. Like, that's not the vibe here.
no, that definitely is not the
Yeah,
vibe.
okay, cool.
Even with a natural 1,
Okay,
your
okay.
passive insight, he'd be making a much bigger deal if he was like, King's Hand?
Yeah. Sorry, that misspeak really threw me off.
No, you're good.
Okay. Well, I'm not exactly one to dwell on past misfortunes, but we did experience some difficulties arriving in Soleil, it is true.
Very interesting. I was not expecting honesty.
What reason would I have to lie to you? I find that honesty is typically best in business, yes?
Yes.
But as I said before any business, I would like to know exactly what I am buying, so to speak. I understand need for secrecy and grander runes, but I assume you took us out here for a reason, yes?
Yes. You speak of honesty. And you spoke honestly. Now I think it is time that I return such a favor, but before I do, I must ask. You come here under the guise of a merchant. But I have traveled many roads, and I have peddled myself as a merchant but I recognize warriors' eyes when I see them. You know how to fight?
I believe you said you only had one more question before we talked more, yes?
That is all
One
the
that you've already
answer
used up.
I needed. There is a great change coming. A change that you and I will experience in our lifetime. A return of that was usurped from its throne all too soon. There are just a few roadblocks. In 3 weeks, provided all of the pieces have been able to be collected, a great change will happen. Not just for Solele, but for Adaria, for the dogs. And to prove yourself that you are a worthy member of this cause, perhaps you could retrieve something for us.
And what exactly would that be?
A man, a dragonborn. He is an enemy of the state of Solele. It is time that he pays his price for living on these lands without paying his dues. What say you to helping retrieve him for us?
Well, it is not exactly my usual work. You have no others that are able to do this for you?
He kind of looks past you at Edwin and says,
I find that what works best is outside help, a mercenary. You pay them for a job, and if the work is good, you will continue to pay them. Because you see, we all have different ideas of what is best for Solele. If you can bring that Dragonborn from his tower to the south of Colleen to Solibruf, I have an estate there, and I will be there for the next few weeks. Bring him to me and you will be paid handsomely. and you will be my honored guest to our event to see firsthand.
An event? Like I said, I like to know what I'm buying. I'm curious as to what kind of event it would be.
It would be a rebirth of a long dead time for Adaria, which would lead to a much more prosperous Solele and to a much, much, much wealthier merchant. Too long have brigands and thieves and usurpers ruled Adaria, soiled its land, ruined its prospects. Don't you think it is time for a change?
Seems so, I suppose. There's another question, if you will. I do not suppose that there are any others that I could trust, so to speak, in attaining this individual.
Xanthi, I'd like you to make a... I'm gonna say a straight intelligence check, just because you're trying to rationalize with him. You know, you're not...
Okay. Not okay. Actually, wait, hold on. Hold on one second.
I'm holding.
Let me just quickly check something.
The dialogue wheel is loading.
I think this is the game's way of saying that we can't take weeks off anymore.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Tactical mind, I can add a D10 with the use of... okay, sure. Of, Anyways. The extra 3 might make the difference.
You would not believe how big of a difference is 6s from 9, especially in this context right here. Okay. So, you know, I prefer 6-9 over over the other 6 number.
It's 7.
No! Okay,
Aggressive arms.
it's oh man. All right. Anyway, back to my super serious moment. Stop with the funny numbers. Okay. You can see Lord Lucian, he kind of like stares you down for a moment. Like there's a long silence here.
You simply wish to know to make other allegiances? Perhaps a deal under my nose with another individual? Is that what you seek? Because if it is...
The 2 guards next to him, their halberds begin to lower a little bit.
then our business here is done. And your journey in Solele ends here. You work for me now, you understand?
But of course. You must forgive me, I just enjoy making friends and good company, yes? Honesty. That's what our conversation has been, has it not? But if you have no further resources to be able to obtain this individual, well, that will be agreeable, I suppose.
He looks you up and down for another moment. Where'd my D20 go?
Where is it?
There it is. That's cocked.
Good. I'm glad we could come to an accord. But before I let you go, tell me, what do you know of the Blades of Zandoria and what they've been up to in Solele?
And on that note, we're going to cut back to Merrick. As Merrick, there is a blast that hits the back of your shoulder as you take 6 points of force damage from an Eldritch Blast. The cultist that you shot goes flying off the cliffside, slamming into the rock. You can hear the bone snap and break as he begins tumbling down the cliffside. You can see the one individual moves closer towards you. This is the man who was talking the most during the meeting in the grove earlier, charging up another Eldritch Blast, and then that woman is moving towards you from the other side with a sword drawn. So they are converging on you. Thorn is within earshot. You can see them. They're ready to go wherever you point to them. What are you doing, Merrick?
Thorn's gonna jump on the Warlock so that it can't just keep, firing shots at Merrick willy-nilly. And also is probably not gonna be good with a dragon just jumping up and, tearing into it.
Oh, yeah.
And Merrick will charge the other one, though.
Okay, sounds good. Thorn jumps down, swooping, scratching into face and neck and eyes. You can see the Warlock, he begins crying out. He tries to conjure an Eldritch Blast, shooting it. It does land into Thorn, but the two of them are knocked to the ground as they're just tussling around. As you charge towards the other one, hoping that Thorn has it covered with that individual. You charge, your blades meet. I'd like you to roll for an attack, Merrick, just to see who hits first here. Well, that's a natural 1 for that person. No, I rolled a natural 1 too. I rolled a natural 1 too, Ryan. So with that, your blades meet and you parry off one another. You go in for another strike. Roll for another attack. That's so funny. I rolled a 4 too.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I did.
Oh my god.
Okay, so with a 4, you parry again. The blades clashing together, sparks flying. You go in for a third strike. Okay.
Slowly getting a little bit better.
It's because you didn't use the muscles. Luckily, in that instance, they rolled a 4 again. So that is a total of 10 with a 12. You are better. You can see that you end up going to strike. There's another parry. You step off to the side a bit, and you're able to pierce through the leg, pulling out. They sort of grip at it, but they go in for another strike. Go ahead and roll for another attack. That's pretty low. It's,
Oh, fucking finally. Number above 10. It's wild.
13 for them. And, okay, dirty 20. So, yeah, Merrick, with this one, I just got the natural ones.
I hate this so much.
Okay, so Merrick. Oh, wait a minute. This guy's not on the screen anymore. Oops. So, Merrick, as the second, you overcome the second strike, you do land a killing blow on the cultist. What does the killing blow look like?
Wanting to go over and make sure that Thorn's okay, because, you know, she's still young and stuff. I think it would just very much be a quick stab into the gut, and then he would just rip it out to the side to cut into her, to where she basically will just bleed out very quickly.
Okay, yeah. Just piercing, ripping out to the side. She grips at her side. You can see she reaches up trying to grab you, but will just fall to the ground, the blood beginning just to spurt out, painting the snow red. As you can see, the two of them, now looking to Thorn, are just rolling around in the snow. Like, Thorn is, like, scratching into the warlock's face, and, like, you can see one of the claws actually catches the eyeball and, like, rips it out as he screams out in pain. And you can see as Thorn kind of, like, pins to the ground, there is this blast of radiant energy into his face. And he screams out in pain, and then Thorn, with that long neck, whips back and sinks the teeth into the neck and just tears the flesh from the neck as the blood just gurgles, and he stops moving. Thorn's emerald scales covered in deep crimson. But the 3 cultists have been killed.
Eric's gonna quickly rush over and check on Thorn.
Yeah, you can
right?
see there is this immediate, like, yes, I'm all right. I was just scared.
Yeah. Don't blame you. You're safe now, though. Good work.
Thank you. You can see Thorn is kind of bleeding a little bit as some of the scales have broken and cracked, and some of the blood is pouring from those wounds.
Merrick's gonna throw Cure Wounds onto her.
Okay.
Pretty sure that's almost the entirety of her HP, so
yeah.
She's probably fine now.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Merrick's gonna quickly, because he doesn't know if anyone's heard the sounds of this fight or if there's any others, but he's very quickly trying to look through both of the ghosts. He'll probably drag them both over to the cliff and then kind of check them as quickly as he can. But yeah, he's just looking for anything that's on their persons that might be interesting or of note to Merrick. And hey, if there's a little bit of money, that's fine too.
Okay, yeah. So, what you find in just looting those bodies. Here we go. So, on one of the cultists, you do find a sort of scrap of what looks to be almost like volcanic stone that has an etching embedded into it that is reminiscent of the sigil of the Dragon's Triarchy. This seems to be some type of emblem that seems recently made, but you're not exactly sure for what purpose or to what end. You do also, I mean, the 3 dragon masks themselves are worth 50 gold each. But other than that, between the 2 of them, they have about 450 gold pieces on them.
Sick. All right, well, definitely taking that. Hello. But, yeah, he will take the... so which one of them had the volcanic rock dragon triarchy symbol?
The elven woman.
Okay. And I mean, looking at it, like, how big is this thing? Like, is it like a tiny kind of amulet, or are we talking like
Palm of the hand.
So it's big enough to be kind of inconvenient to just be carrying around, right? Like,
Correct,
I mean,
yeah.
obviously you can just like throw it in a bag, but it's not just like, oh, this fits in the pocket. It's so simple. It's so simple.
Yes.
But like looking it over, does it seem like it might have any sort of a use as far as Merrick can tell?
As far as Merrick can tell, make an investigation check. I'll see if maybe there's
Guidance that. All right, it's progress. It's progress.
okay.
Hey, there we go. Guidance. Let's go. 13.
All right. So with a 13, there is something very narrowly, very lightly etched on the back in Draconic, which I believe you and Thorn can read the common Draconic, not written by one with Dragon Sight. At least as of right now. Well, can you? I forget.
As a Drake Warden, I learned it, but I imagine it's more like flavor wise. I imagine it's Thorn can read it and she can just kind of translate it to it seems like Merrick can, but he probably can't. He probably has not learned it yet.
For sure, yeah, it'd take time. That makes sense. So, the Draconic on the back, effectively translates to Ashen Shrine. Oh my goodness, why? Accepted. There you go. Ashen Shrine accepted is pretty much what it translates to.
Interesting. And the Ashen Shrine was where he said the Ember Hierophant was, but
Correct.
he did not know where it was. Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
Well, this will probably be important later, so Merrick will take that. He's not going to take the Dragon Mask just because, if for whatever reason they get checked, that's not a good look to have.
What do you mean?
Perhaps. So Merrick will toss the other two bodies off the clip to get rid of them as well. So Merrick got shot. Is he like actively bleeding, or was it one of those more like he's gonna have a nasty welt on his back, but he's not like bleeding?
Rough welt, just because it was more of a forceful impact. There was no, and you're wearing armor, so there was no like blow that was made to cause bleeding. It was just that forceful magic.
I just didn't want Merrick to like walk back and it's like, why are you bleeding from your shoulders? So like he doesn't like need to hide anything right now. He's okay, more or less.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Looking over to Thorn. All right. We should head back quietly still, just in case they have others that are out here. But I think we've learned. He's actually going to stop for a second. Does he still have a view on the Gilded Chrysalis? From where he is?
From where you're at, very faintly.
Because he's kind of... Didn't you say that they were kind of heading near to where that cliff path was that he could kind of hug, or am I misremembering?
That would have been back at the garden. You're right next to the servants' quarters. This area right here is maybe 5-10 minutes away from that.
Okay. Merrick's going to pull out his spyglass again, because he remembered seeing something at like kind of like one of the top spires, and he got interrupted. He wants to see if he can see it now, hoping that if she shows up behind his back again, I swear to God.
Okay, so
But yeah, unless he has no angle here.
Merrick, you pull out the spyglass, and I mean, you're definitely further away, and this is not, like the extra long spyglass.
Yeah.
So the vision is a little bit smaller, but it seems as though there is still someone up there. I mean, they're even with the spyglass, they're incredibly tiny at this distance. But what's interesting is as you put the spyglass up and you start looking through it, it seems like they stop moving, and it seems like they start to turn around. But you're not sure. I mean, it's so hard to tell small, minute movements. Maybe there's somebody in the room that they're talking to. but it seems as though they're standing still.
All right. Turning back to Thorn. All right, let's head back for now. When we get back to the garden, we can reassess what we want to do, or see if the others are already back. Who knows?
Okay. Right.
And just kind of walking with Thorn. You did really well today.
Thanks.
You okay? As they're just kind of walking together.
Yeah, it was just scary.
Yeah. I froze the first time it happened to me too. For what that's worth.
It does make me feel better.
It's one of those things you shouldn't get used to, but you kind of have to.
Yeah. Well, you got used to it.
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
Okay.
It's okay if it takes you a while, though. You're not weak if it bothers you.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
What scared me most, Merrick, was please don't say anything to the ones that don't like me. But I think I liked it. I think I really... I think I liked it.
I think every... You know, I know nothing about dragons, right? Like, not really.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going into this whole thing completely blind with you. So I can't speak for dragons, but for the rest of us, I think every warrior has that swelling of pride when they're able to defeat a foe who stands against them. I'm not sure if that's what you're feeling or if it's something more, but learning how to fight isn't just about training one's body and building muscle. It's about control of both body and mind to push past basic instincts. I can't say what you're feeling is ever going to go away, but you can learn to not be controlled by it. Does that make sense?
It does. And I'll try. I didn't like that feeling. I don't want to be controlled by it.
Thorn, if it ever gets to the point where you don't want to do this anymore, I need you to tell me, okay?
Okay. I will.
All right. And he'll just kind of reach down, kind of give her a comforting pat as they keep walking.
Yeah. Eventually, after about 10-15 minutes, you make your way back to the servants' quarters. And at this point, it's been a 45-minute, almost an hour-long adventure. And as you make your way back into the garden, kind of sneaking back in, there you see, seemingly having just stepped out to look for you,
Don't fucking see.
Celeste.
God, does she not have anything else to do?
Ah, there you are. Well, I'm glad I found you just in time. The silk spider requested to meet with, well, not just your companions inside, but with you as well. If you would please follow me.
What happened to there being too many guests and I needed to stay out here?
Things have changed.
Yeah, can I sense the intent by which she's saying this stuff?
Make an insight check.
Hmm. Oh, sick.
Not a 1.
It's not a 1. It's a 1 with a 0, which is way better than it sounds.
As far as you can tell, she's doing her job. This was the request that was put in by apparently the Silk Spider, so that's what she's doing. Doesn't seem like there's anything malicious or otherwise that you can pick up from it.
Well, all right then. Let's get going.
Wonderful. Please follow me.
Okay.
And he will again whisper to Thorn, keep an eye out if anyone's watching us. Something doesn't feel right. Mentally, telepathically, obviously.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. All right. Cool. With that, you follow Celeste. Thorn will nod and respond that they'll keep an eye out as you and Thorn and Celeste make your way inside and up towards the private lounge of the Silk Spider. We're going to go ahead and cut back to Xanthe. We're going to do it in order now. Interior. Crocodile. Alligator. As we cut back to Xanthe. Gemma, are you here?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. that would have been super funny if you were gone again. Okay. So. Xanthe. We left you hanging on a question Lord Lucian asked.
What do you know of the Blades of Zandoria?
I think, like, when he says that, there's, like, a almost very too genuine, like, chuckle from Xanthe.
I've never really cared for them. They're not involved in all of this, are they?
The intel I received was that those who shipwrecked in Sundraport were of the Blades of Zandoria.
Well, I'm sorry to say that some of your contacts have bad information. I can swear to you my honesty in that if you wish. So what, are they... Well, guessing what they are, trying to interrupt things here, cause problems.
If you are not of the Blades of Zandoria, then it is not of any matter to.
And with that, you see the Link Master's face twist in pain as you see some of that golden fabric right near his shoulder begin to turn crimson as he doubles over towards you. The two guards next to him, they turn and they point their glaives out towards where this shot came from. And there is this individual running towards Lord Lucian right now. You can see they have a hand crossbow in one hand. They have a sword in the other. Xanthi, what are you and Edwin doing?
And I'm guessing she has no recognition of this person, like even just like symbolage, like what they're wearing, anything like that.
Xanthi would recognize the colors of what they're wearing is reflective of individuals who are from the steppes of Solele, which is the far eastern side where all of the farmland is. But that's really the only thing. If this person is Solele, they're at least wearing the colors reflective of that cast. But other than that, that's really it.
I don't know how much I want to keep this guy around. I think, like, as he's, like, doubling down, she'll kind of, like, lean in as if she's catching him. She's not. And we'll just say, oh, maybe after this it could be a favor. But she will, like, kind of step, like, interceding between, wherever that shot came from and him. She's not doing anything, but she will summon out her Bident. Kind of just poised to be able to block anything else incoming.
Okay. Interesting. So, Xanthi, you summon your Bident, and Edwin draws his sword, ready for whatever comes. You can see the two guards, they begin to, one of them goes to grab Lord Lucian, and you can see the one that was running towards you, hand crossbow and sword, they get closer, and from one of the windows, it crashes and shatters open, and there's another individual that comes in, moving towards the one guard that isn't pulling Lord Lucian. You can see they immediately get into a fight, Glaive trying to keep the individual at a distance, but they are fast rolling. They fire a couple shots. The shots pierce through the metal, and Xanthi, what you see is as that bolt pierces through the metal, you just out of the corner of your eye can see scales underneath that metal. These are some type of draconic servants that are with him. And the other,
these are like his guards, right? Not
his
the
guards.
assailants?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
The other assailant, the one who had fired the original shot that pierced Lord Lucian's shoulder, had him drop to the ground. Moving towards you, Edwin goes to stand side by side with you, and there is this clash of steel. As the sword comes down, you and Edwin both sort of parry it together, and you can see this woman currently face covered, head covered. The only thing you can see are her eyes, these like golden, glowing eyes. She simply says, "I don't know who you are, but this is not your fight. I recommend you run and get out of here. He's our target."
It's hardly the place for a fight.
I agree.
And you can see 2 more shots fire into the guard with the halberd and a slash with the sword. And you can see the draconic soldier trying to keep his pace with this other individual, but is cutting away at him pretty quickly. Well?
I want to keep him. Can you calm yourselves down, please?
I'm going to have you make another intelligence check. Because this is rational. This is rational.
Well. What if I try my second wind a second time and have it work?
Okay.
Your second wind.
Yeah. It's what Tactical Mind uses up.
Okay. Hey, we'll take a 13.
Consider.
We'll take a 13. Okay. So, with a 13, just skirting by, you can see that she,
And to be fair, she's saying this like only so like that person could hear. She doesn't want obviously side to hear it.
Yeah. Doesn't want the smoke. So you can see that other Dragonborn is almost dead at this point from the individual that was locked in combat with him. Lord Lucian currently being attempted to be dragged down the hallway by the other servant. And you can see the woman sort of looking back and forth, says, "For what purpose? For what purpose could you possibly want him?"
Perhaps the same as yours. He could be useful. Please.
I need more than that. If you and I serve a similar purpose, we need to get out of here. If we serve a similar purpose, where could we find you? Because if you are innocent, I'd prefer not to cut you down right now.
I mean, because are we planning on going back to Colleen anytime soon? Or are we just moving on?
You do have to go back to Colleen after you leave the Gilded Chrysalis, because there's no way else to travel anywhere. Like, you can't go off-road towards Solebruve, and you would go through Colleen to get to Zephyros' tower. So you will, regardless of where you go, unless it's Chateau Beauregard, you'll pass through Colleen.
Okay. Colleen. Do you need more of that more than that to find us?
That'll be enough. And okay, with her insight check, she believes you. As far as she can tell, you're telling the truth. And she will give a whistle and sort of snap and point out the window. And she will look back, and you can see Lucian is like looking over his shoulder as the other guard is pulling him away. She raises up her sword kind of slowly and then will bring it down full force and kind of like play along, you know?
Yeah, cool.
Okay, so with that, there's just a couple of slashes back and forth between you and Edwin and her, bouncing back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, parrying until eventually she runs and jumps out the window, escaping. You can see there are a couple of guards that round the corner now of the silk spiders. A couple of them checking on Lord Lucian and the one dead draconic servant. You can see as they go to help with the wounds of the other one, Lord Lucian says, No. Do not touch him. You. Help him. Take him outside to the cart. We will have him entombed back at home. Yes? You see the one guard nod, and Lord Lucian kind of stands a couple of the people helping him up, and he moves over to you, Xanthi, and says, I will not forget about this. Find me in Solebruve, regardless of Zephyros. There will be a reward for such valiant behavior.
And so, does that mean you can tell me what exactly the Blades of Zandoria have to do with this?
from one of my informants. The leader of our sect here in Solele. His name is the Ember Hierophant. He's working with a man known as the Shepherd, who informed us that the Blades of Zandoria would be arriving to exact vengeance on their slain brethren, that they would arrive in Sontraport. That is what we believe the Blades of Zandoria have to do with this.
Is that all? Nothing of their initial interest at all?
You see, he kind of like furrows his brow, like, how did you know about that? But he will say,
as far as we are aware, they believed they found a important but insignificant in the grand scheme of things item. One that they believed belonged to House Astralor to safekeep. But it belonged to us. It seems as though you are more well-read on this subject than what I think you led me to believe.
So do they have it then? If they do not, perhaps there's something else I could retrieve for you, yes?
We have what the Blades of Zandoria collected. We need Zephyros. His eyes will let us translate these last few passages. To make sure this ritual goes as it should.
So what, all the commotion was over some kind of book, then? If it is to be read?
It is no book.
I can only hope with things that I know about. I believe you do owe me, yes?
We need him to translate the writings. There were priests of Nidarium who scrawled their writings, resurrection rites, on scales they saved after the battle. We need him to translate them for our ritual to return Nidarion to this realm.
And I'm guessing that item is part of the ritual, yes? The ones that the Blades of Zandoria were after?
Yes. And I think that
Not so
that is
insignificant,
enough.
though, yes?
That is enough for having saved my life. If you return with Zephoros to my estate in Solebruv, any of the rest of your questions will be answered.
and you can see he kind of like reaches to his still bleeding shoulder and will turn to go have his wound cleaned.
Well, That was rather unexpected, I'd say.
It worked, didn't it?
Yes, and you molded that man like clay. Good heavens. Whew.
Anyways.
Excuse me, Lady Juliana, is that right?
Yes.
As you turn and you see Celeste, the greeter.
I had been informed by the silk spider that she was ready to see you and your companions. They are all being retrieved right now. If you would please come with me, she would love to make your acquaintance.
Now, this is what we're here for, isn't it?
Indeed it is. Please, follow me.
Merrick's not with her.
Nope. All right. And with that, Edwin and Xanthi, the two of you walk off following Celeste to the silk spider. And with that,
You know, as we're going, is there any reaction to what just happened? Like, are the other guests, like, seemingly alarmed? Or, like, I know we're obviously a little bit in a secluded area, but there's still people around, right? Like, is this just run-of-the-mill expected shit? Like,
for the people in attendance here, in the immediate moment and immediate aftermath, there were some gasps, there was some shocked reactions. But I mean, you guys were talking in a pretty isolated hallway where there was only maybe 2 or 3 people 50, 60 feet away from you. In the immediate aftermath, as you kind of round the corner, there are a few people that look towards you and Edwin, but then immediately go back to their conversations. It's like sideways glances. That's the extent of what you get after what happened. So it seems like this is just something that can happen at these soirees.
noted.
Yes. All right. Via and Caitlin.
This place sucks.
Yeah, kind of.
All right. So, let me just grab one thing real quick. I just need to double check one thing before I... Here we go. Okay. Yep. So, Via, as you were about to head up the stairs, your invisibility maybe has another 15 minutes, 10 minutes left. Like, you're really pushing towards the end of this spell. You can see the panel begin to slide open. Kaylin, you can sense an entity moving or preparing to move down these stairs. The two of you can see this. What do the two of you do?
I mean, we
What?
can't move. Like, they're gonna be in our way, right? No matter what we do. Can we, like, throw our backs against the wall and just kind of hope?
Well, they won't be in your way, right?
It's. I feel like they would feel like a cold chill, right? Or just like it's like a.
Yeah.
Like the goose
Okay.
pimples, right? That's the kind of vibe I get. Like if you walk through, you know, like the Doctor Strange thing, you walk through the body while it's astral projecting, it's gonna feel weird.
Like, is it a wide person? Like, what shape is coming down? Does it happen to be a tall, skinny girl? Hopefully.
So what I'm hearing is that the two of you kind of stand at the base of the stairs to see this person, or like you go off to the side and you look up to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
we
want to
move
see
out of the
yeah.
way, but like to still see what's happening.
Cool. So you peek up to see, and you can see this individual that does not fit within the Gilded Chrysalis. This is a battle-hardened warrior clad in leather armor reinforced with segments of sun-bleached bone and hardened desert wood. These elk antlers mounted on their shoulders like pauldrons. You can see that the points filed sharp and stained with old blood. He moves down the steps slowly, and he stops at the base of the stairs. And Via, for a moment, you are very afraid that he's going to turn towards you. But Kalen, he turns towards you.
What do you think you're doing here, Veil Walker?
And Kalen, he's going to reach up, and you can see his hand turns to threads of light, like this partial veil walking, as he goes to grab you. What do you do? What do you do? What do you do?
I'm gonna
What? Move?
I'm gonna cast Firebolt
What do you mean?
into the creatures of all the cages, and then run up the stairs.
Okay, yeah. All right.
That's what I'm doing.
I'm gonna cast Dissonant Whispers and run.
You got it. So, Via, Firebolt. Now, does casting a spell, doesn't that break invisibility?
Mm-hmm. Or it did, at least.
I don't like this place. Everyone's
Make an
evil.
attack roll. Feels
I
like
wanted to go to
that's
Soleil Bruve.
Yeah. But that's okay. You wanna know why it's okay? Because I'm running.
Well, you put it like that.
Firebolt, run!
So you're gonna Firebolt, which will drop invisibility, and then you're gonna run.
Uh-huh.
Caitlin's going to cast Dissonant Whispers.
Okay. All right. Dissonant Whispers. That's a wisdom saving throw, right?
Yes, but here's the thing, all right? I'm doing it in the land of the in-between, okay? And I'm doing it in a way in which I am calling upon my friend of my darkness shadows to help me out here to make it extra uber spooky.
Okay.
Like, she is calling upon his help in this moment to make it more than just a, as the spell reads, discordant melody in its mind, but like something like eldritch, horrifying. Something is digging its claws into your soft tissue, scary.
Okay.
To distract him
Okay, yeah.
from us running away.
So, Kaylin,
Yes.
you reach out with the Dissonant Whispers, and Via, you throw the Firebolt. As you do, his vision is caught that direction. Seeing it hit one of the cages, one of the creatures begins screeching. You can hear the two individuals there in that room discussing. They immediately turn to begin moving out to see what's happening. And Via, you begin moving, hoping that Kaylin is right behind you. You can't see her anyway. And Kaylin, as you go to use that Dissonant Whispers, you don't hear anything in that moment. But as he reaches towards you, you can see those words from your mouth, those whispers that emanate, they turn solid. They turn shadow as this like black ichor almost begins to seep from your mouth, tangling these roots around his hand, pulling it away and darkening those wisps of light that his hand became, pulling it away from you. And you hear this man in front of you. And you can hear, Kaylin, this melody, very unsettling, that begins to permeate through the air. It seems almost on top of reality, not a part of it. Or maybe below, you're not sure. But you can see as the hand is pulled back, you can see that man. He looks around. And you can see now he is a man of a medium build. You can see he has this like tuft of chin hair that's kind of braided all the way down to his sternum. And you can see he has this like dread-like hair that's underneath this cowl that he wears. And as the hand is pulled away and he hears that noise, he goes, Athrakir. It has been so long. And he'll begin looking around. And Kaylin, you get a feeling deep in your stomach. Run.
Okay. Whoa. She does. But did that seem to have any effect on him?
The melody, the dissonant whispers?
Yeah.
It seemed...
As opposed to him recognizing it.
It definitely seemed like part of the reason he stopped is because he recognized the melody.
Not that it actually forced him to stop.
Oh, no, there was definitely the pushback of him to remove his hand from reaching towards you. Yeah.
Well, okay, I'll ask later. She'll note whatever he said down in her brain and run.
I'll paste that in the chat.
Thank you. Can Kaylin, I don't know where Via is, but like, pull her along in this weird realm? I don't know.
Samson can be your guide, can be the force pulling Via along.
Love.
All right.
We're going.
But with that, Via, as you run up the stairs, there is this brief moment where somebody could possibly see you. It is a dark stairwell that you're running up. I need you to make a stealth check with advantage.
Yep. With advantage. Okay, good.
With advantage. It's a dark corridor. Good. They're distracted. There's a big individual in your way.
Okay, we're going with 18.
18. Okay. You can hear, very muffled, the three individuals speaking with one another, talking back and forth about someone being here, about where that firebolt came from. But the man, the one who had walked down the stairs, he does not say anything to them. He just looks around, watching, waiting, hoping to have a chance to strike. And you do hear a name, Kaylin and Via, as you're running up the stairs. The Adarian man says, Kaelith, please. Hello? And that is the most that you hear. But with that, You make your way up and out. The portrait shuts behind you. You run up the spiral staircase and you return to that western hall, to the sounds of royal court.
Well, once Via makes it to the room where Kaylin's
Yes.
body is, she'll run in there and like shake Kaylin and be like, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, until she does.
Yeah, and Kaylin, in a short moment, you...
She's still shaking. Oh my god! Oh my god!
I'm awake. I'm here. I am here.
Oh, okay. All right. Do you think they saw me? Should I put their clothes on me?
No, we don't need to do that. It's fine.
Good. I think
This is
I don't think they fit.
What is going on here?
I'm
I'm so confused. I thought. I guess I don't know what I thought walking into this place. What is this place? Caitlin just like puts her hands in her hands.
I
Her hands
don't
in her
know.
hands.
I do think we need to get back.
There's
to
a knock at the
others.
door.
Oh no! They found us.
No. Shh.
Okay.
Kaylin is going to calmly go over to the door.
Wait. She's gonna take some of the Pidus and like put some ash on like our clothes, so it looks like that's what we've been doing the whole time. Okay. Whew. Go.
Kaylin, there's not a peephole on this door for some odd reason, is there?
No, there's not.
Ah, fuck it. She'll open the door.
You can see the individual who greeted you when you arrived outside of the Gilded Chrysalis, Celeste.
Ah, hello there. I am looking for Lady Alice. I believe that you were her guard that entered the estate with her.
Yes, Lady Vanderweld is in here, actually.
Ah, fantastic.
Yes, I'm in here.
Wonderful. I wanted to let you know that you have been requested to meet with the Silk Spider. The madam of the house would be most pleased if you could meet with her now.
Now is the perfect time. Yep.
Wonderful. Please, follow me.
They do.
Okay. Alrighty. And with
Is
that...
Anthony with her?
Nope.
What? Okay.
He's a clone.
There is no more embossing, say.
Several clones, y'all.
And with that...
I don't like this place.
Kaylin and Via, the two of you are escorted up several flights of stairs until eventually you arrive at a large door at the very top of this central tower of the Gilded Chrysalis. And there you see Edwin and Xanthi standing next to Celeste. And you see Merrick and Thorn standing next to Celeste. And there is a third Celeste that has guided you two up the stairs. And the one who guided Kaylin and Via will look towards all five of you and say,
Thank you all very much for your cooperation. Hopefully you have enjoyed your time in the Gilded Chrysalis, but whenever you all are ready, at your earliest convenience, and preferably as soon as we depart, you may walk in. She is waiting for you. Hopefully you find what you seek here. Anything you have found within the Gilded Chrysalis, hopefully it has been useful to your adventure.
and with that, the three Celestes will walk past you all and walk down the stairs one after the other.
What the fuck?
Well, if we are all ready, Caitlin looks at everyone else with these eyes of like, is everybody okay?
And Merrick looks fine. He's eyeing the Pidus on Via right now. Doesn't say anything
It's
though.
also on Kaylin.
Yeah, he doesn't care about that. He's not surprised that Kaylin does Pidus. Of course she does.
How does Xanthi look?
I mean, I think you can tell, obviously, like, they've been talking and found stuff out. Like, there's not, like,
Yeah.
it's not like a discomfort, but obviously just like, yeah, we need to speak at some point. She totally still has a fighter now as well, though, I imagine.
Interesting.
So
Okay.
maybe she can't exactly put it away.
Yeah, once you have it out, it's kind of there.
Kind of there.
Kind of here.
You could have tossed it out the
Anyhow.
window.
That sounds awful.
Thea will.
That is straight by Biden.
No, not that fucking word. Whatever.
Walk up next to Xanthi to kind of keep their little presence up of, you know, those two being the guys, and we'll nod to her and be like, ready when you are.
I guess I'm walking into a room first again.
You would not believe what is about to happen.
All right. It's Via. She's gonna be like, follow me, instead of ready when you are, and she'll open the door.
All right.
It's Malice.
Could you imagine? And somehow,
could.
Malice returned.
The silk spider, come on.
I would scream until my soul left my body.
Cool. So, with that, Via, you open up the door, entering into the private lounge of the Silk Spider. And there you see a breathtaking drow woman, draped in opulent black and gold silks, her billowing bell sleeves catching candlelight like captured sunsets. This cascading white hair frames this dark charcoal skin and these burning golden eyes with these almost predatory vertical slits to them. Her bodice is dangerously low cut. It's embroidered with intricate golden webwork, revealing as much as it conceals. She moves with this liquid grace, every gesture deliberate, every smile calculated. As I'll go ahead and share. Show to players. Observer.
Please, come in. There is much we have to discuss. I believe all of you have been quite busy within the Gilded Chrysalis, and I think there is much we have to talk about. As she smiles and leans back, she'll gesture for you to take a seat. And as all of you prepare to sit or stand and have this conversation with the Silk Spider, that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session.
Great session.
Felicity.
We are.
There we go. So, wait, give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second
Oh
here.
my goodness. Aspen.
I know, she is like, you guys are cruel, abusing me. Just because we won't let her go eat cat food or cat poop.
That is cruel.
We are cruel monsters. So I can tell you, The next session is going to be titled ... The Spider's Web.
Nice.
Wow.
I'm smart. Okay, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Hopefully you enjoyed. Be sure to tune in next week. We are back to a weekly schedule now for as long as I am aware of. Knock on wood, I would prefer not to ever have to cancel ever again, because I love playing this game so much, and I'm very excited for our next session. So be sure
Listen,
to...
baby, my next show isn't until May. Woo, woo, woo.
Yep.
Okay.
Woo! So, with that, we're going to go ahead and end there. Thanks for watching, everybody. Be sure to tune in next week, and we'll see you in the next one.